Good evening. Welcome to the business meeting of March 17th, 2014. Would you all rise for a pledge of allegiance, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We're going to open the public hearing first, Adam. So we'll do that right now at 6:10. Before we get started, I have filed papers with the Ethics Commission, also forwarded them to the town clerk. And what it says, in my capacity as a state or county or municipal employee, I am expected to take certain actions in the performance of my official duties. Under the circumstances, a reasonable person could conclude that a person or organization could unduly enjoy my favor or improperly influence me when performing my official duties, or that I am likely to act or fail to act as a result of my kinship, rank, position, or undue influence of a party or person. And filing that disclosure because of my relationship with the Council on Aging Director. According to the Ethics Commission, I am duly authorized to sit here because it is an informational session. It is not a voting session. So that being said, that is my stand on this. I have filed the proper papers. That being said, Mr. Gaudette, to you.
All right, thank you. This is the second night in a series of public hearings that we're having regarding the budget for this fiscal year. As everybody knows or recalls, last fall, as part of the crisis through the Spencer East Brookfield Regional School District, the State Department of Education mandated that the town pay $700,000 in additional assessment to the Spencer East Brookfield Regional School District last year. We didn't have time to ask for more revenues, so what we did at that time was we made a series of cuts, one of which included not starting up the Maple Street School as a senior center, along with other cuts in the fire department salaries and highway and police. We made those cuts, and we also used reserves, $400,000 of the $700,000 to balance the budget. Moving forward into this year, we start off essentially looking at July 1st when the new budget starts, already $700,000 in the hole. So because of that, the Board of Selectmen and myself decided the best thing to do in preparation for this year's budget was to go above and beyond the normal budget process, and that was to have what we're calling a municipal services review, where each department head's required to come in and make presentations to the selectmen in a public hearing format and answer any questions regarding the services that each department provides, and also how that coincides with their budget. So last week we had several department heads, including police, fire, and highway. Tonight you'll be hearing presentations from Council on Aging, Library, Veterans, Parks and Recreation, and several others. So as part of our municipal services review, the Board of Selectmen, knowing that we have a major deficit, which is right now over $1 million, based on the fact that we had a budget approved by the Spencer East Brookfield School District last week, in which they're actually asking for an additional $538,000 more than they received last year. In addition, we have our own increases to deal with, such as retirement and health insurance and employment agreements, utilities, etc. So with that, the selectmen are reviewing every service that we offer on the general government side. As part of that, they'll be discussing which services are we going to keep because they're core or essential, which ones are they going to consider not doing anymore because we can no longer afford them, and possibly which services do we want to still do, but we're going to have to ask for additional revenue in the form of a proposition override in order to maintain. So that's the main purpose of the meetings that started last week, this being the second of three. Another one will be here a week from now on March 24th. I think at that point we'll have a discussion in terms of follow-up, and the board is going to have to make some decision and advise me as to how to format the budget and any ballot questions for an election in terms of how to handle the budget. So with that, that's my brief synopsis. I'll answer any questions we have on that before we go into presentations on individual department heads. If anyone has any question, if you could just state your name and address so Brenda Savoy, our assistant, can write that down. and please ask them through the chairman. If there's not, then we'll go right into it.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none?
So same format, we're gonna ask the Council on Aging Director, Pam Woodbury's gonna come up now. Pam, yep, and Bob, if you could turn off that light, it'd be great.
There you go.
Thank you. So, same format as last time, Pam will go through the process of making a presentation. I'll help her out as best I can with, the different, documents that she has prepared. And the questions in a public hearing format, we typically will take questions from the Board of Selectmen first. And then at the end of the presentation, we'll take questions from the public before moving on to the next presenter. Okay, so same thing when you ask a question later, please remember to give us your name and address so we can keep a record. So with that, Pam has a PowerPoint presentation. In addition to that, we also have her individual budget. So she's gonna go through some narrative that she provided the Board of Selectmen, run through that, some different charts, and then we'll go through the different line items within her budget so everyone can see how they are connected. Thanks.
Good evening, gentlemen. For those of you who don't know, my name is Pam Woodbury. I'm the Council on Aging Director. I've been in this position with the town of Spencer for 11 years this August. On the first page of my presentation, I did this in PowerPoint because I knew there were people that were interested in what I was going to present. This explanation of you'll have to excuse me, I have to take my glasses off to read it. This explanation on your first page is an explanation that comes from the Massachusetts Executive Office of Elder Affairs. You can find it right on their website. It says, the Council on Aging, a community focal point for social and support services to elders, families, caregivers in the 349 towns in Massachusetts. These municipal agencies develop priorities, serve as advocates, and offer opportunities to access programs, services, and activities that directly benefit more than 540,000 elders, families, and caregivers annually. This is the part that's the most important in my estimation, is COAs serve as the only public social service agency and assist numerous non-elders. So what that basically says is, any public service that's out there, I handle through my office. We'll get into it a little later where I show you exactly what I do in this job. It serves as a link to sometimes to local emergencies. Many senior centers are places for emergency assistance. If they're shelters, they shelter seniors specifically at senior centers because we know what seniors need and what they have to have in an emergency. It says we develop, and regardless of the design of a local senior center, it's often a home away from home for socializing, learning, wellness, giving back, or just a reason to get out of the house. For the rapidly growing elder population, now totaling nearly 1.3 million elders, COAs and senior centers provide a safe place for Massachusetts elders to remain independent, productive, and in the community as long as possible. That is our goal, to keep the seniors in their homes, in their community. The next slide will show you some of my responsibilities. I can't think of all of them because I do them from cleaning the bathroom to fixing something that breaks. My most important is that I provide government access to services for residents. Anything they need, I provide the ability for them to get to that service. I do budget presentations for you and for the grants. I maintain records for the office, including state records for Executive Office of Elder Affairs, Mass Lottery, Massachusetts Council on Aging, most importantly the town. I carry out a needs assessment for the senior center and evaluate programs. So I look at what is needed, what is asked for, what is the most probable that will have the most recipients. If I have 30 people asking for one program and 6 asking for another, I have to weigh that. Majority usually rules. I oversee the operation of the senior center. I interact on a daily basis with state and local officials. I schedule all presentations, programs, activities, clinics, and I supervise all of them. I handle all the correspondence through the COA office. I serve as liaison to social service agencies such as Massachusetts Councils on Aging. I do my AAA agency with Access on Aging in Worcester. I do Tri-Valley. I refer people to them. I do all the minutes of the COA, and I purchase all supplies for the senior center. The next slide will show you exactly what social services are. I've highlighted who actually gets these services. 95 non-seniors were helped through the office in fiscal 2014 last year. I need to keep those records. I mean, for the state, I need to file an annual report for the state because I get grants to the state, so I have to keep numbers and file for that. So SNAP benefits, which is a new way of saying food stamps, that's for anybody in town. Applications, help, and eligibility. Mass Health for everybody in town. Social Security for anybody in town. SHINE, which is serving the health information needs of everyone. It used to be serving the health information needs of elderly, but right now, since it's anybody under Medicare, that can include disability, people on disability. HIPAA release forms, we all know HIPAA, which is the health information. Oh, I'm not even, it's just so, what it basically is, don't tell anybody. And if I want to speak with another, actually, a police officer, if I want to speak to Chief Darren, if I want to speak to another council on aging about a person, I need to get them to sign a release form so that I can. And that's happened numerous occasions where I've had a senior show up at another senior center looking for help because I wasn't there or I wasn't available. In order for that senior center director to talk to me about the need that was presented to them, I need to have the senior sign this, or I can't go any further. In Spencer, right now, there's 250 to 500 unduplicated seniors that were helped. The reason I say 250 to 500 is because I have no way of knowing, because it's a confidential matter. I try to write down everything, but sometimes you can't, and I did write down 250, and it also doesn't take into consideration if I have a group of people that come in, I don't have them sign in for a presentation, such as Tufts Healthcare or Blue Cross Blue Shield or one of those. And unduplicated means different. That's terminology through the state. Unduplicated is different seniors that actually come in body-wise to the center. And for seniors, we do Medicare, Supplemental Security Income, which is a program under the general funds of the United States, the federal program. If their Social Security is very low, under a certain income level, they get additional help through SSI. Healthcare proxy forms, exercise classes to promote healthy living and foster community engagement, informational and educational program, senior housing information, because Howe Village is simply that's just senior housing, MHPI, and we have Astor. What I do is I tell them how the list works, where to go, there's different MHPI, you have to be 62, Howe Village, you can be just disabled to get in. And at the very last thing I put, unfinished business, what's to come? Well, the biggest thing we have facing us in a council on aging right now are transportation issues. A lot of people make comments all the time, is he or she still driving at their age? What do they do? Do they have any options other than rides? The next page, you'll see the growth over the next 20 years of the Massachusetts population, just entirely in the 60-plus age group. That is because of the baby boomers. Currently, right now, this year will be your biggest influx. The highest 2 years of births in the United States, 1954 and 1957. So there should be an increase in need this year, and we should taper off, and there's going to be another dramatic need in 2017. Next page is Spencer statistics. Between 2000, this is by the federal census. Between 2000 and 2010, there was one new senior in the town of Spencer every week. The senior population from 2010 grew at 27.2%, and the state at that time was 16.1%, so we're growing at 69% higher than the state is. The 2010 census, federal census, was 2438, but just in the 3 years since then, we went up to 2,788 seniors since at the end of December. So that's basically 2.25 a month, a week, which is 9 seniors a month. People are becoming senior citizens at a rapid rate right now. The next thing is I'm giving you an example of what I actually do besides the senior center. I know that most everybody looks and says, oh, she runs activities, she does this. No, that's on top of what I do. The next one is the actual appointment I would take. Mr. Smith will call asking for food stamps. He's up against it now. He says, maybe I need some food stamps. Would you mind coming in? Can I come in and talk to you? Well, while he's doing that, I happen to notice what his income is, and then I look at it and I say, oh, wait a minute, I can get you extra help from Medicare. I can get for your premium for Medicare. Sometimes nothing. They get it for nothing. The next thing I can do is I can look at their income and say, you're qualified for Mass Health. He had no clue. I can get fuel assistance. I don't personally do the fuel assistance application. That's handled through the Worcester County Community Action Council, but I'm able to make an appointment for him. If something happens that that person falls through the cracks, I have contact information and I do call them, email them, keep on them to make sure that this person is helped. All these services that I list keeps that senior in their home, keeps them in the community, keeps them engaged. The next thing and the last resource that I have is senior housing. I mean, it's the last resort. If they can't afford to pay their bills anymore in their home and they need to sell their home, then they have to go into senior housing. There's a limited amount of senior housing. There are lists for senior housing. And when I do this, it's not like I can just, bing, bang, boom. It takes me about 2.5 hours to do these appointments. The next thing, I'm out of sequence, keep that there, Adam. Might have to read that. Okay, I'm gonna read that. I don't have this in my packet, but I'm glad you do. Okay, these are duplicated statistics from the senior center for the first 6 months, okay, from July until the end of December. We had 1,476 participation. What that means is it's duplicated, so maybe they come in to 2 or 3 different things a week. We have bakery distribution, which is they can take bread if they need it. That was 1,456. We have 48 going to our wellness clinic. That's only because that's all we can do. We can do 8 a month, and I can only schedule that for once a month. When the wellness clinic comes, I have to leave my office so that she has the privacy to be able to conduct the wellness clinic. It's not just blood pressures, it's checks to make sure everybody's doing okay. Sometimes if they need she used to do their check to see what their glucose levels are. Next one was health and information. That's people actually calling on the phone and wanting information to come into the senior center. Blood pressure clinic, I have that separate from the wellness clinic so that if you just want to come in and get a quick blood pressure, you can. Exercise, 780. Shine counseling was 25. Shine is very busy for us between October 15th and December 7th because that's when Medicare enrollment is. So it seems to go up.
Explain what Shine is.
Shine is serving the health information needs of everyone. So what that does, somebody on Medicare needs to take a supplemental plan. They don't know what to do. They come in, and a Shine counselor is through the state of Massachusetts. They will counsel them on what they have available to them. For insurance, they don't make up their mind. They don't tell them which insurance they should take, but they give them all the options. It's very confusing for seniors having to get that. I've learned quite a bit of it just from being on it. So the simpler questions, the simpler cases, I can handle myself. Unfortunately, because Shine is so involved, when I called to get trained for that, they will not train directors for that because it's too involved and they feel that we do so much now, to add that burden would be a detriment. And the other one is social gatherings, and I'm sure you've all seen my monthly newsletter. I have 400 a month that we disperse throughout town. They can go to anybody. And as I stated before, the first 6 months of unduplicated seniors is 250 as of the 31st of the month. The next one is my budget. You can see that my salary is $22,119. It's for 24 hours a week. The next one is $13,600 for rent, for expenses. That includes rent, expenses, and $300 towards the wellness clinic. One of the reasons the town gives me the funding for the wellness clinic is my wellness clinic is $50 a month, $50 a week, which is $100 a month. what happens is, under my grant funding, the state will only pay $37.50 an hour. That, I don't know, it's been that way since I've had this job. So if I'm paying a nurse $50 an hour, I have to make up the rest out of my expense account. At the bottom, you'll see I used to have $15,000 for the senior workers program. That program enables the seniors to stay in their home, and it also helps understaffed departments. The departments enjoyed having the seniors do some of the other work. And the last page is a comparison, a community comparison that is done. In the blue line, you will see that was done in 2009 by Bernadine when she worked in the Human Resource Department. And mine is in the white, that is 2014. It shows you what some of the other towns have. We are deficient in every category. Just for instance, Charlton, right now their Council on Aging department gets $121,993 a year, and Spencer gets $35,719. Charlton has about, well, I'm gonna go by the 2010, they have roughly 300 less seniors than we do. But I'd like to draw your attention down to the averages. I did the averages. You don't wanna be the most expensive, and you don't wanna be the cheapest. In Dudley is very difficult because Dudley houses a social service agency, which is Tri-Valley. So basically, they don't need a senior center per se with a director because everybody goes to Tri-Valley for all their needs. Webster is in the middle of a flux. Their senior center director was, she was elected the town treasurer, so they chose, at that time, they were looking into the possibility of a new senior center, so they chose not to fill that position. So the position is kind of floating right now, but they just broke ground on a new senior housing where they're actually building a senior center within that senior housing, and they will revisit that at that time. So at the bottom of the page, you'll see the averages. So in 2009, the average for a senior center budgeting was $93,324. That's dropped in the last 5 years, mainly because Leicester has reduced their senior center, their Council on Aging budget to $82,465. But the average now is $89,606, so you can see how deficient we actually are. The average seniors in town right now are 2435, so we're basically right on with that. I'm sure the other towns are growing at the same rate we are. And I you know, Adam did make a comment about core services and what we're gonna keep and what we're not gonna keep, and I would just like to say, if people don't have a place to go to access public services, who's gonna answer their questions, you know? Who's gonna be the one that they call when they're in trouble? And if you just indulge me, could you indulge me for just 2 more minutes? I have a letter here, which I've submitted to Brenda, the original. I have a copy right here, written by Mary Madden, who happens to be Spencer's oldest resident, and she holds the post cane right now. It says, "The Honorable Board of Selectmen, as a citizen of the town of Spencer, I am writing to appeal to you to continue to fund the Council on Aging. This is a very important for senior living today. It is a place of information for those of us who are living alone and seek help. It is a place where one with a problem can find an answer, an understandable answer. The administrator is one of knowledge, information, and help. She makes one feel comfortable. The health activities conducted by the Council on Aging are necessary and important to those of us that are working to stay healthy. Many elderly take part and enjoy the social side of the activities. There is a necessity for their well-being. Here we have 25%, 1/4 of the town's population asking for a place to seek information, check on their health, and enjoy a bit of social pleasure. And I question, and I can't read this, question a place what will be available. Who has supported the town for the past years? I ask you to support the Council on Aging. Mary Madden." And that's basically, if you have any questions.
Why don't we just touch on the budget, line item budget? So just like we did with other staff, they would go through a narrative, some explanation about services, what they do. And then what we try to do is look at the budget so people can get a good idea of how we actually provide those services. So we only have one staff person, that is Pam. She just presented for you. She's budgeted for 24 hours a week, and her budget line item is $22,000 for fiscal year 15 proposed. For general expenses, we have been, on the last 2 years, working with the Fish and Game up at the top of Mechanic Street for renting that facility, which we found to be a larger space and I think more functional for the programs that we have, but still not enough. So we did have $900 a month budget for that. What we did this past year is we took that number times 12, and then we looked at an expense budget from the school department for when they were running Maple Street School, and we came up last, I think it was July, at town meeting in July. We had a special town meeting, and we transferred money from other departments to try and fund the $100,000, or the gap, which was about $90,000, to fund the running of the school as a senior center. We did not open because we still were in dire straits related to the school department issue. And as we saw when the state came in and issued a $700,000 budget, this $100,000 came in, or actually $90,000 was really needed at the time, and we didn't move the senior center at that time. The $300 in wellness clinics and the miscellaneous and expenses, $2,500, has been flat. It's the same as the previous year. And then what we'd like to do this year is put back in the Elder Community Service Program, which we fund up to 15 people to work $1,000 off their taxes by providing assistance in town departments such as the library, senior center. I know the town clerk and has used that one of those folks as well. We had to eliminate that from the budget this year as well. So we'd like to put those things back in, and they're proposed to be back in. But again, we've got a long way to go before we approve any budget, knowing that we have a revenue problem at this time. So,
Okay, that being said, questions from the board, please.
Mr. Chairman, I asked the administrator to bring in the analysis on Maple Street. I think this board, and I'll speak for myself, I wanted to see the move to Maple Street done. And I was very disappointed when I saw what the numbers would be to maintain that building at $100,000. And again, I just want maybe guys who know this better than I do as far as heating expenses and electric expenses for one floor of that building being utilized, if these numbers all look reasonable to you.
I would say that goes to Mr. Fritz.
well, let me just open up and summarize
Yeah.
where it went, so for people in the audience. So
Because
this
we
was done in May, so right after the Maytown meeting, right after the override failed, I think the school department voted to turn back Maple Street to us. So at that time, we met with staff. At the time, it was acting superintendent Zablocki, and we went through the previous year's budget of FY 2012 and where they had been through May, which was approximately 10 and a half months, and to figure out what they had in expenses for running that facility. They had numbers upward of a couple $100,000. For them, it was a couple $100,000 in savings, because I think they had facilities and maintenance staff working there as well. So when we eliminate those items, we came up with these 13 categories, such as supplies for custodians, rubbish removal, pest control, heating, water, sewer, electric, gas, telephone, plowing, maintenance, HVAC, maintenance equipment, and extraordinary maintenance. So those are the 13 items that we came up with. We looked at what they had spent in the last couple of years, over $100,000, and we tried to come up with a budget for ourselves, knowing that we would make some changes on our side to hopefully save us some money. And one of those was hopefully converting the building from oil to gas. We've gone through several steps to do that. Snow plowing by having our own staff do that at no cost. Rubbish removal, depending on how much is produced there, how much we would carry a small number. So we have those items in there. Electricity, we budgeted slightly under what they did. So I think we were trying to budget around 3/4 of what they were spending, a rough number. So we were around $100,000 even. So we took $10,000 budgeted for the rent for Fish and Game, plus $90,000 in transfers from other departments to try and fund that item. So what we've done this year is we've used some capital money to do some boiler repairs and do some other work to try and get it ready for switching to gas. And then we've just basically boarded up the building for the winter and basically shut everything off, just enough to keep the building heated just enough to get through the winter, so we can go through this process, and if we decide to go up and running again, we can do that. So we've, Tony asked me, I don't know how much we spent this year on expenses, and I think we've only spent 15,000, but again, there's nobody in the building, we don't have much for electricity, I think we have one light on, and in terms of heating, obviously, no one's been there, nothing on the second and third floor, and we just try to heat the first floor. Obviously, we haven't spent any of the maintenance, custodial, or rubbish, or any of those other items during the course of the year, so whatever we do, it's gonna be a guess, and I think everybody understands that. We have not operated this facility for this particular use yet. So what we're trying to do is come up with a number, and as I mentioned to Tony, if you wanna budget 75,000, you wanna budget 50,000 and go down, that's fine. Does that help us on our budget this year? Sure. But just keep in mind, whatever we are under, we will be taking from free cash from capital expenses to fund this, if this is if this ends up being the number, or the number ends up being higher. So that's why we came up with the $100,000 number. It was maybe 3/4 of what they were budgeting. They had been in the 120, over 100, about 125,000, 126,000, and after 10.5 months, they were 111. Again, they were probably gonna approach that 126. So we cut that off about 26,000.
I think we're better off being a little high in the first year, just like you said, just in case. You know what I mean?
Can you adjust it
Actually,
after?
huh?
You can always adjust.
Yeah, just because the electricity rates just went up, so that might be actually a little low, you never know. And then plus if, he utilizes the rest of the building like he wants to in the future, it'd be nice to have that in place, so that you don't have to come back and add more money.
Obviously, we're not at a stage yet, because we haven't decided what we're doing yet, and obviously, we gotta get through this budget season first, but, obviously, there's a potential there to get some revenue to offset these costs by renting out the second and third floors, or using the second and third floor for, public functions, Boy Scouts wanna rent a room, or whatever, there's opportunities there, and obviously, if people wanna rent them, whether they're in personal services, massage therapy, lawyers, whatever, that's something we'd like to see down the road, but we're not obviously in a position to do that for FY15, because we don't even know if the building's gonna be in place yet, so we're not advertising that space yet. So, over the long haul, we hope that we can offset this cost, with some revenue.
Can I just interject? Also, what a lot of senior centers do is they rent out. They rent out their senior center. I know in Auburn especially, they rent out their senior center for a specific cost for bridal showers, baby showers, birthday parties, things like that. That's a revenue source for them also. I'm just thinking in town, would that possibly be something you wanna do? That could that's usually handled by the Council on Aging Director. That usually doesn't fall to anybody but whoever's doing that. And another thing I did forget to go over real quick, I think it's because I just do it, is that the town pays for none of my budget goes towards any of my programs. So all my exercise instructors, my dance instructors, anything I spend on programs comes directly from my formula grant through the state, because I do 3 different types of grants. So far, I've gotten the cultural grant, I do if I'm gonna have like entertainment or something like that for the town I get. But I get a formula grant every year that I do, and I have in the past gotten an incentive grant where the state has these grants where they will give somebody in town an incentive to progress in their particular department. I got that in, I believe it was 2008. I got a $10,000 incentive grant spread over 3 years. Unfortunately, that was a specific grant to increase my hours, and at the time, Mr. Guida couldn't increase my hours, and so I had to give back that $10,000 to the state at that time. Anything that you don't use for a specific grant will revert right back. But there are different grants out there that sometimes come up that I can apply for.
Mr. Chairman, there's nothing in this budget we can work with or look to conserve on. It's a bare bones budget, and all along, it's been the goal of this board to give them a space of their own. They've been underfunded for years, and I believe they deserve their own space, so I'd like to work towards, Maple Street was just a natural progression. That building came open, And that's what our goal was, and the calamity that was last year kept us from doing that, so, hopefully we can move to getting that back into the budget.
Can we do a revolving account for like what she said for renting out? If she can rent out for functions on Friday or something revolving, because then she can use that money directly, right?
You
Not
know,
have to
it's-
go in the general
Just
fund.
has to,
In terms of
Yeah.
like a,
Well, if
Yeah, I
she
just
can
had
rent the
emailed
place
you.
out, like we have for the celebration committee, so
Yeah.
if money comes in, then she can take that money and use it without having to wait till the next year, or,
Mm-hmm.
if it goes in the general fund, you know what I mean, then it gets lost and
yeah, we have, I talked to our auditor
Yeah.
about it, and with Elaine, I mean, there's certain things, I know, like Sunken Block, we take rent and we have a revolving account, but, I have to see how that can be used, and with a revolving account, you have to set a max on it, a town meeting vote,
Yeah,
so,
time you go.
we'll look into it.
and another thing too is I have asked for some type of revolving account simply because the only thing that we charge for is basically $1 donation for the line dancing classes, because I would like to put a donation jar out, so to speak, but I can't do that, because if I do that, where do I put it? I put it back into my expense account, and at the end of the year, that's all gonna revert back to the town if it's not used, and I'm, not to say cheap, but I'm frugal.
So what do you do now? You get dollar donations,
Yeah.
Pam, or you just turn it into the accountant?
Yeah, no, right now I have it's locked in a lockbox. It's shut in the lockbox in a I don't have enough money to really, bring all these $1 bills.
Yeah, but it's supposed to.
Yeah, it goes up to the treasurer's, I deposit it to the treasurer's office.
Correct.
Good
And
answer.
then the treasurer then takes it from there and then goes.
How
Yeah.
about, 2788 seniors, that's over 60, right? You're classified as a senior?
Over 60, that's correct.
That's Bo. That's you too, and you too.
Bunch
And
of
you're
seniors
close.
up here.
And that's me too. 1954 was a
Don't
very
put me there
good
yet,
year.
Don.
This has been a horrible.
No, what do you mean a bunch of seniors?
Mr. Pepe.
I agree with Donnie, I'd like to see a revolving account, because I know organizations that
Well,
would
then
like
she
to.
can use it.
Yeah, I know organizations that would like to donate significant amounts at some point to organizations like,
Well, that's another thing. I look online for grants, because there are organizations that will grant you. The issue is this town of Spencer doesn't have a friends group. We set up a friends group, we had a little group that was doing a friends group thing. And then if any of you remember correctly, I was kind of in charge trying to get it going and everything. We don't have our bylaws, we're waiting on those. Adam knows that we ran into a few issues, but if you remember correctly, there was some, a little bit of publicity about what Millbury went through with their friends group, and I went, nope. Their COA director got in quite a bit of trouble with their friends group. So what a friends group would have to do in this town was you would have to have a group of citizens, they don't have to be seniors, but kind of like what the celebration committee is. Get together, have meetings 2 or 3, 4 times a year, and raise money for the city. If I had a friends group, I could apply for more, we would get our nonprofit status. I'd be able to apply for more loans. People don't want to give you a loan if they can't take the deduction in income tax. We've never, ever been given any type of money in this town by any business. I was looking towards a big business, maybe sponsoring something. We can do sponsor. I had Tufts Healthcare sponsor the very first exercise class I had up at the Fish and Game, and we ended up with, the first day, we ended up with 20 people that signed up for it because it was a free class, and now it's paid for through my Executive Office of Elder Affairs grant.
Just to let you know now, there still is no boiler in there. I got a temporary furnace in there that heats just the first floor, so there's still no heat for the rest of the building. Okay, the old one is out, the asbestos is all gone. But we started doing design work, and then you had me stop, so there is no heat on the second and third floor, and you're still talking $1 million BTU boiler to put in there. Okay, so you're talking probably between design and installing one, probably 60 grand. Before you can use the building.
We do have that capital money set aside, if you recall, we put on
Right.
hold, we did some work out of that. What we did was, when we had projects that were approved in May, what we did is we pulled all that money back, and we transferred it at the same July town meeting that we set up, the $100,000 for the expense account to pay for the utilities for this building. We also took money away from, we were gonna buy a used excavator, a highway department pump card reader, the library microfiche film reader. Took all that money and set up a capital account for the boiler. So what Bo was saying is we only spent the minimum amount we needed to keep that building heated for the winter. And then if, obviously, if we were to sell the building, we would do something different with the capital building money. If we go forward with the building, that money is in place to
do
bring the
that.
boiler up.
If I could, just to Selectman Fritz, you gotta refresh my memory because I'm like you, I'm a little old. I thought the original plan is to put one boiler in and have two other boilers to handle the needs of the other floors so that if they're on timers, we could do a cost savings.
Okay, what we need to do is, I got it switched over to gas already, got rid of the oil.
Okay.
Okay, the new one I got in there is on gas already.
Okay.
But you need, for the other two floors and to finish the heating for the first floor, because I got a boiler in there that will just keep it like 45, 50 degrees.
Okay.
Just to keep it from freezing. So we had a design, I had a guy come out and design a system, and it was two boilers, they were about 480,000 BTUs apiece. And you put them in a loop system on the wall, and if one boiler will handle it, only one will run.
Okay.
If it gets cold, you need the two will run. And then there was gonna be a system built up, so one would run this week, one would run that week, so you're not killing one boiler all the
Okay.
time. It depends on how cold it is outside to make it work. And then when I got into it more, the downstairs was run off of a heat coil. So what I did is just put in a temporary hot air furnace, which did the same thing as the heat coil did, okay? So it kept heat in there, which we can still use, and then need to have a heat coil put into there so it can run off the new boiler, so everything will be under baseboard heat or forced hot water.
Okay.
And then we need some electrical work done, because it's the original electrical since 1954, and it's an 800 amp service, and you wouldn't believe what those wires look like in those panels. Because I've had them all apart, trying to find out why we're using electricity, and, I mean, we need to get electricity in there, and that's gonna, I don't know what that would cost to straighten that out either.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to stay with the subject of the boilers,
Yep.
Bo, I know we don't have a system and all, but do you have a sense of how much we could save over the previous line item for heating oil? I mean, we had a figure of
48,000.
40, are you comfortable?
Oh, that ain't gonna be that much for gas.
I mean, that's more than what we
You
had
gotta
for.
figure, John, the old boiler was hot water, it was oil, and the boiler was about, for me to add them along, and they big, the new ones are 4 feet by 4 feet by 2 feet, okay? So they're a lot more efficient, but unless you get, it's hard to say, but I would say it would be a heck of a lot less than 48,000 to heat it. Because I don't know what the bills have added up this winter to, total as of yet.
What'd you say, Adam, about 15?
It's like,
No, we
we've
don't
only
have
spent
those figures, right?
15,000, that includes rent, and that includes
electricity.
miscellaneous
Yeah.
expenses, so.
We don't, I
mean,
don't know what.
5,000 was my
I write
guess.
down every Monday morning, because I go up there every day. And every Monday morning, I write down the gas meter, so we know how much
The
we're
one we
using
looked at,
per
right.
week. And it's staying pretty close to the same, which, and I don't know, Pam, you might know what the gas figures are, what we paid.
No.
No, it's,
No?
it's,
So I don't know
No, but
what
I
we
can get
paid.
to that.
we can get it, I don't have the
Yeah,
line item
I-
report,
I-
every
And that would,
dollar we
that
spent.
would give us an idea, but it would be a lot less than 48,000.
But the old line item for their heating oil was 41, so, we did this to make savings on their oil bills, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we had to replace the
No,
boiler,
John.
because it,
John, I was,
Oh,
if you look at 2012, they budgeted 41, but they spent 54.
oh, gotcha, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Right,
and then
okay.
the year after that, they budgeted 68, they had only spent 58,
Right.
but they, and they still had a month and a
Okay.
half to go, but just they were only gonna use it for hot water, so.
Okay.
So
Alright.
somewhere between, 50 and 60,000 is what they were spending, and we budgeted under 50, thinking that we would be able to do better.
Okay.
Because of the reduced
Correct,
hours,
that's
because
what I'm
of the
saying, every line
operation.
item, we pretty much tried, well, overall, but that was one we targeted, we tried to be about 3/4 of what they were spending.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, just a
Sure,
couple
John.
of details. Pam, in restoring the elder community services, do you have, is it actually more than 15 people, or is it 15 people each will?
It's
work
only,
it?
I've only been, well, we've had more interest, but we only have 15 people that can do it, because it's up to $1,000 apiece.
I didn't know
Yeah.
if for physical reasons or for time, if you end up splitting that $1,000 per person
The
and
way
you
the
end up doing
bylaw
serving
is,
two?
the way the bylaw is written, they can earn up to 1,000, so I can't The only way that I would be able to add extra people is if somebody came to me and said, you know what, I can't continue in this
That's what I'm
program."
referring to, but it's a
Yeah.
total that you work with, that
It's-
could
yeah.
possibly reach
It-
more people
It
if,
could,
Okay.
if somebody drops out, but I've been, before I ran it, and it was being run by HR, I still kept a pretty good check on how that was running. This year was the first year, the year that we cut it down, that was the first year we had such an overwhelming popularity of that program, where I had enough people to be able to fulfill the whole $15,000 plus an extra two that were interested.
do you think that's a fair number to work with, or would you prefer to see it smaller and have more people benefit in
No,
a,
no, because the state right now is at 750, and we're I'm a regional representative of Mass Council on Aging. And what we're working for is we want all the communities in Massachusetts to be at least $1,000 or more off of their,
per person?
per person.
Okay, that is something
Yeah.
that has been discussed. When it comes to programs, do you have people who come in and then it's a fee for, a participation fee?
No.
No, so
No. It's open to anybody and everybody.
okay,
yeah,
so
free.
you don't have to have a minimum
No.
for certain, and have a certain number of.
No, since it's a one-room operation, I can only have one program at a time. So it basically, how it goes now is the majority rules, Whereas if we had gone into Maple Street, I had already set up lunches, we were already gonna have lunches, we were gonna have free breakfast twice a week, we were gonna have a genealogy group, I had a travel group that was, but I need more rooms for that, I can't do that in one room, so
Okay.
that's all been put on hold.
Just a couple more things, Mr. Chair. The thing I'd like to get back to is one of the things you did is the comparison with other communities, and we've seen that before. And I think this board is sensitive to those. I mean, nobody likes to be at the bottom. We do like, when we look at salaries, we look at expenditures, we look at our, comparable towns, we like to fall in the middle. We all feel better about that. But the other thing that I do feel, in all fairness, might be missing from the comparison is to look at the tax rate in those communities, because I would just want to remind, everybody here that what we've striven to do, under the theme of keeping people in their own homes, is making living in their own homes affordable, and that means the tax rate. So, we've worked hard to protect that tax rate, not, add override after override, so that we keep it in a range that people are not driven out of their homes by higher taxes. I just want that as part of the whole overall context.
And I agree with that 100%. However, when I went over my budget and tried to figure out per thousand, we're basically spending like 3.8 pennies, 3.8 cents on our seniors. I just think they're worth more than that. I think, and I understand because we're in a regional system. And I understand that almost everybody I speak to in a regional school system is having the same thing. But I basically, I'm between a rock and a hard place, because many of these towns, we're keeping our tax rate low to help our seniors, but there's just as many seniors living in these towns also. So I don't understand that.
Well, I guess you'd have to look at their tax rate and
That's
see how
right.
the individual burden falls, but I feel compelled to say that, partly because it's a sensitive
Yeah,
point
and
for all of us.
if you look at your comparative community, you'll also look at the number of seniors in each town, so you'll see that our tax rate might be lower than Charlton. I don't know what the tax rates are.
But in all fairness, then you have to look at per capita income and
Right.
other things, and how affordable is it for those seniors in that town. And, we don't have the numbers in front of us, but I just wanted to say, maybe on behalf of the board, that our aim has been to keep the tax rates low, so we don't have people coming in and saying, I'm being driven out of my house by this, by the prospect of an override. And I don't want to get into any discussion about putting, a monetary value of how many cents on a senior. I just don't want to go there. None of us, want that considered. I just want to give a context for that. The other thing that we're not in a position to do here, and maybe it needs to be part of a larger discussion, and I've not shared this idea with anybody, and I would ask you to consider this, and I would ask all the folks who come up here today, because we've got really community services of a variety here. We've got library, and it's clear that they're doing more than just checking out books there, with what they're asked to do. And we've got veteran services, and we've got services to family in the context of our recreational program. I would, just like the just like we created a utility and facilities program, department, I think it might be worth considering a larger department that would address the issue of community and social services, community recreational and social services. Not to take away from anybody's hours, but to try and make it more efficient, and also to recognize that, like in your case, you're doing things that cross over lines. You're doing things for, other, families and folks who just, need some direction and need some support, and not just seniors. That information was, I must say, if you presented before, it didn't hit me, but it's a bit of a revelation to me, and that just reinforces my feeling that maybe we need to look more broadly at the town and not be, and not just be focused on these various sectors of need in our community, but something broader.
Well, that's one of the reasons I included the state's definition of the Council on Aging, providing the social service aspect.
That's really interesting.
There isn't anybody else that does that.
And the town has to recognize that, and I would, as I said, just ask other department heads, people come up today, think about how we might bring all those together. And in some ways, you and I have had this conversation, especially some of us who just joined the senior ranks, don't feel like we're really ready for senior services, but even though we qualify, it may in fact open up your services to others who don't feel like they're ready for, the Council on Aging, but do have the need. Okay?
Well, they come now. Many younger people come in. And that's the stigma. That's the stigma that's associated with the Council
Well,
on
that's,
Aging.
I guess it just reinforces my point. And the last thing I would just say, what do you say to folks who, look at a number like 500, I'm sorry, what was your term?
Unduplicated, duplicated?
Unduplicated, 500 unduplicated seniors, and you have a senior population of 2,500. What do you see, what do you make of that difference between the 500 and the 2,500?
Well, you're not gonna have 2,500 needy people at the same time. You're looking at a certain segment of the population versus, I'm open 4 days a week, 24 hours a week. How many people can I see in that week? How many people know that they can come to me for
Well, that
help?
would be my
How
next
many
question
people-
about how people
How
know
many
you
people
offer.
have come and the word has spread, this is where it should be? I think it's because, it hasn't been a priority to let everybody know what we do, why we're here, and it's a misunderstanding. People look at it as the senior center, when it's actually the Council on Aging.
So it's partly an outreach challenge and
Yeah,
something
and-
more visible, like the Maple
Exactly.
Street, with its
And every other town has an
menu.
outreach worker. I can't do outreach, I just don't have the time to do that, so I can't do that.
But even just having Maple Street on a main
Exactly.
thoroughfare,
Exactly.
with letting people know, in a bigger facility,
Right.
there's more to
We
inquire
were
about.
kind of tucked down before, now we're tucked out. So maybe something like that would, it's kind of like the old, if you build it, they'll come type thing.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Pam.
You're welcome.
Just to digress for a minute, Pam, Mary Mad's niece called me last week.
Who?
Mary Mad's niece. So they're, scheduling a party at the inn for her 100th birthday in September. No, it's not a surprise. First thing I asked, she is sharp as a tack.
You're not kidding.
So she wanted a list of friends, so if you have any,
I will,
close
I will
friends.
look and let you
The
know.
school's working on a list too, so I can get that back to her. She wants to start early, so she knows, so.
I'm just gonna tell you, she's the only person in the town of Spencer that reduces me to 5 years old when I,
She's unbelievable.
She is precious.
and is that it for questions? Thank you.
Public?
Just stay there, Pam, just in case.
Mary? I know who you are, but for the record, kiddo, come on up.
For the record, Mary Brainey, 15K, the Spencer Finance Committee. And I just have a couple questions, and these have been asked of other times as well. One is that you mentioned regionalization. Have you looked at, is that out there at all? I'm not talking about the services you provide. It sounds as if you need an office and a suite of rooms at minimum to take care of the essentials. Having had elderly parents and in-laws, I know how valuable and what it requires. So for you to do those kinds of employees, you need in place. But we have, How Village, we have the old junior high and things like that, and you're saying you need more social spaces. Have you looked, are you working with those people, or have you looked at regionalization with any of the other contiguous towns?
Those are two separate entities, those are senior housing and senior housing only. We did at one time look at MHPI, however, they have specific guidelines that they needed to follow, it's a locked building, so no, you couldn't get in there with that. Regionalization is not a priority of the state of Massachusetts for seniors in the respect of transportation issues. We get into transportation issues, that is one can of worms you don't wanna open up, because you're gonna have to, even though you get, there are grants out there for the buses to get the seniors there, you then have drivers, you have to have somebody to coordinate the drivers, you have to have maintenance, you have to have, it just opens a complete can of worms for that. And the other thing is, do many seniors that still drive, don't drive out of town. So those are the variables I have to look at when regionalization comes in. And I'm not gonna say I've never had out-of-town seniors come to my senior center, because we all have that, very few, very few. And do a show of hands,
Well, because they have.
yeah. They have
because
more,
each town
right,
takes
each town
steps.
has different stuff, right.
Okay, thank you, I really, it's, we're asking everybody,
Anytime,
so.
anytime.
Okay, thanks.
And just to follow up, Mr. Pepe, back 2 years ago, we looked at that, Tony, and I think we had Adam do his due diligence to try to find and try to work through that, because that was the first thing we looked at back whenever. So
All those things that she mentioned, that Tony, I think, was liaison at the time, we worked on MHPI, How Village, Town of Leicester, we had all those conversations back and forth with the Council on Aging on how that would work, so we did explore those opportunities and didn't pan out.
Any other questions? Bobby? State your name for the record.
Server 23 Summit Street, Spencer, Mass, through the chair. It's amazing how a conversation changes when there's a room full of seniors looking at it. No question. And to be fair, you guys asked some good questions tonight. How are you gonna do the due diligence and move this thing ahead? I remember sitting in here in 2008, walking into a meeting, and it was the same thing. It was a room full of seniors, the board sitting up there, and the same things being told to them then. We don't wanna raise the tax rate. We don't wanna, and John, you made a good point. With all due respect, you made an excellent point. You said, putting it in the context of we don't wanna be at the bottom. We are at the bottom, John. We don't represent our seniors. This is not a generation of people that come or ever grew up asking for it. And I think what they're asking for now is something that they got doing. I mean, bottom line. Yeah, it's gonna take some money to do it, but I think seniors, and I can't speak for all the seniors, but after speaking to some of them, I got a feeling that they wouldn't have a problem voting for a 25% per thousand. This is a group that didn't hesitate to take money from them for the Spencer Rescue Squad when they came up with $110,000 to give it to the Spencer Rescue Squad, and they said, no, we want the override. You didn't hesitate to take it away from them, the tax abatement program, the money, $26,000 in free sand that would have been better spent on the seniors, quite frankly. I mean, if it's about political goodwill, how about spending some political goodwill towards these folks? 25% of our population is seniors, and it's growing every day. And these folks, they're on a fixed income. It's like, you know what? Everybody thinks the senior center is bingo and line dancing and yoga. It's a lot more than that, and I think Pam has showed that on more than one occasion. I'm glad to see you guys are listening. Now you need to step up to the plate. We can step up to the plate, and we can ask them, and we can target them for the Spencer Rescue Squad override, and we can target them when we want to pay money for kids for the schools and overrides. How about we target them and take care of them for once? That's just one thing I'd like to see personally. And I'd like to see this group get it done, and don't pay lip service to it. Give these folks what they deserve.
And just to follow up, not that it needs an answer, but, these are trying times, and I think it's important to understand that everything that we're looking at is how do we survive? How do we still provide services, and where it comes out? And that's what this board is It's been challenged to do. That's what we intend on doing. We intend on doing it in the public. That's why you're all welcome here. There's no hidden agendas other than, we need to know where we're going, so.
If I could just add that, Mr. Chair, I don't know what message you're getting, Bob, but I mean, you see there's a really genuine, hard desire to see this go through this year. We got caught short, last fall. We had to move quickly to fill in that gap. I came over that one morning and, tried to reiterate that fact that we were, given another chance here with the new budget year. We were gonna, try to get back to Maple Street and get the senior center on track. I can't speak for what's in the hearts of everybody here, but I think you can tell by the questions of where the comments are coming from is that there's a tremendous desire to finally make good on the senior center. So, just stay tuned, but I hope you'll know where I feel, where I fall in this.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we'll move on to the next one, which is going to be Mary.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thanks, ma'am. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, Pat Corson, 6 Meadowbrook Road. I've been in this town 40 years, and we've never had a place to call our own. First it was Dr. Macklin's, then it was the Depot. Now it's the Fish and Game Club. Maple Street's available to us. Sure, it's gonna cost a little more than we anticipated, but it's about time we had a place to call our own finally. And have decent programs and not be limited to one room with very little space. There's a lot of opportunity up at Maple Street School. We could have computer classes, we could have programs going on, exercise, medical, social services. If PM didn't do them, they'd have to go to Southbridge to a welfare office to get social service, because there is no welfare office in this town anymore.
Thank you. Are we all set? Okay, thank you very much. You ready, Adam?
I do want to thank you for inviting department heads to come and do these presentations. I don't envy you the job that you have this year, and I'm well aware of how difficult it is, but I think it's a great chance for us to really put some information behind the numbers that you just see on a regular budget. So, just to introduce myself, I'm Mary Baker Wood. I've been library director since October 1st of 1990. I report to a 3-member elected board of trustees who are here this evening. It's Lynn Dobson, Mary Ann Slack, Terry Beckwith was not able to be here, and I'm also here with our assistant librarian and children's librarian, Debbie Kirk. My job description is basically I'm responsible for all library operation. That includes all programs, services, activities. I'm in charge of the preparation and supervision of the budget. I wear a number of hats, as I'm sure you're hearing from other department heads as well. I am a facilities manager, and that means that I'm responsible for all of the contracts, for all of the systems, from HVAC to plumbing. I do respond. I'm available 24/7 to respond to emergencies, and so very often I'm the person arriving on the doorstep with the fire chief or the police officer. We've had truck disasters that threw diesel fuel into our basement. We've had pipe freezers. We've had a number of different adventures over the years, and so my responsibility is to be present on scene for those and to stay as long as we need to manage the situation, and then again the day-to-day operations of running a busy public building. I'm also a procurement officer. I work with the town administrator and the accounting department to make sure that all the contracts and all the purchases that we complete are done according to state law. I'm the collections manager, in charge of all of the acquisitions for books, movies, and other materials, including now databases for the library. I have staff who have specialties, and so our children's librarian is the primary collections developer for the children's department. One question I often get is, well, don't they have a list that you just buy your books from? And the answer is no. It's a very precise and time-consuming process. Most of it for me is done on my own time. We go through reviews, we look at what we have in our town, and we do what we call responsive acquisition. So we're looking at what people using our library in this town want us to have. I'm also personnel director, so I'm in charge of the hiring and the supervision and training for staff. I'm also the IT director, and so although we do contract out certain computer services, I inherited in 1990 an old Novell network, managed to take care of that network, moved it out of the building, moved it back in and deployed computers, then had to move it out again when we had an emergency, move them back in. But the situation is that it's become much more complicated. We, however, in the library do a lot of IT work ourselves. We do a lot of the day-to-day troubleshooting for the systems and the make sure that the malware is up to date, so that we are actually saving quite a bit of money in-house by not contracting out any more services than we absolutely have to. I'm also the local history librarian. I work closely with the town clerk and with our historical commission. I'm responsible for the town archives at the library and for the special collections for the library. My position actually before coming here was as an archivist at Old Sturbridge Village for 5 years. I teach courses in archival collections for the State Historical Records Board, so I inherited that process as well. We're a free public library. We were established under Chapter 78 of the Mass General Laws. I have a staff of 9 regular employees, 3 of them full-time, 6 of them part-time, 1 part-time childhood literacy teacher, 1 library page, and 1 library custodian. We're open 40 hours a week, Monday through Thursday, 10 to 7, and Saturday, 10 to 2. We're members of CW-MARS, which is the Central and Western Massachusetts Automated Resource System. That is the system that we belong to in order to do resource sharing. That's how you, how we circulate our books. That's how you do your patron holds and your interlibrary loan system. And we're also a member of the Massachusetts Library System. They are the primary provider of delivery services. There is nowhere in the state of Massachusetts that you can't order a book from and have that delivered to you sometime within, sometimes within 24 hours, sometimes a little bit longer, but they operate that system and also provide us with free training and now a new ebook platform that they're working on. And one of the things I've provided in your packet is a statement about state aid to public libraries for municipal officials. I think many of you are probably familiar with some of these guidelines because we've been through this so many times before in terms of the budget, but I can just review that for you. So this is a listing that gives us an idea. We every year receive funding from the state specifically for library resources. And the key benefits to getting that is that it becomes local aid. It comes right to the library account. We have the supervision of how we use that. It's intended to improve library services, allow us to do some of those extra things that we might not be able to in a regular budget. It also requires us to do reciprocal services. We do interlibrary loan with every other library that is part of the system. And then the Board of Library Commissioners administers grants and other opportunities. The key program requirements, and these are ones I think some of you are pretty familiar with, is that in order to receive this money, which is very useful to us and useful to the town, and may I say also I'm very proud of the fact that the town of Spencer has always qualified for this aid. It is at minimum levels. We're not doing more than we should be, but we've always qualified for this kind of aid. The key program requirements are the hours open, so for a town of the size of Spencer, 40 hours is the minimum amount, and that has to be a mix of days, evenings, and weekend hours. Materials expenditure requirement, that is, if you see under our supply budget is actually the books and materials budget, that has to be 16% of the total operating budget. And so when we prepare a budget, we literally backtrack through and do a 16% figure. We've never expended more than that, but we've always expended that. And that, I will probably expand on this a little bit further, but just to be clear, when we say books, it's no longer books. What we've been doing increasingly is using this same budget item to provide the users of the library, and particularly on our website, with databases. And so while the state provides a certain amount of databases, we too purchase databases for use. We also purchase ebooks, and I have some figures that I'll talk about in terms of how people are using those. All of this means that we've taken the same budget that we've always had, but we've been creative with it. We're now expanding our services. We're looking at what libraries are expected to have in this day and age, and we're using those same funds. We do also, from time to time, get gifts for special library collections, and those are separate. We're expected to have a municipal appropriation requirement. This is a funding formula that I prepare every year. We have always met this. It's the average of the 3 years prior municipal appropriation with a small increase. Basically, we've been able to meet that because it doesn't translate out into a large increase. It basically covers the COLAs that we might have to cover, or the increase in the heating costs or whatever. It doesn't matter where we spend it, we just have to meet that. So again, Spencer's always met it. And one of the other requirements is that in a town of this size, the director is required to have a master's degree in library science. I do have a master's in library and information science from Simmons College, and I'm also a certified librarian. So that it is what we're providing for you as just sort of a general discussion. And certainly if you have specific questions on that or that come up during the discussion, I'm happy to answer those. The next thing we're looking at is the numbers. I did, in your packet for you, prepare a one-page sheet on what are the numbers we're looking at in libraries. And I'm going to begin this conversation, which leads us directly into services. You asked us to prepare a level services budget, which we did, but you also asked us to look at a priority-driven budget. What are the services you do and what are the core services? And so the sheet you have by the numbers, yep, that's the one, that's it. But to prepare that,
No, if you don't have it, just.
No, we don't have that.
All right,
Oh, okay.
we'll just look up here.
all right, I can go, and I can actually, it's on, I have it on a computer, I can shoot it up
Yeah, I
actually
have
to the
it for
list.
you.
I think we did extra copies of it.
We did.
Yeah, okay. I'm using this list to kind of convey what the numbers are behind the services, but I do want to get at something, and I'm a librarian and a teacher, so I have to start off with stories. So what I'm going to do is go over, first of all, the 3 myths about library services, and these really get at the heart of what we do in libraries today. The first myth is, we have the internet. My kids have mobile phones. We don't need a library. Well, if it's the library that used to exist, if it's the library with the gray-haired ladies shushing you when you went in to get your book report book, you're right, we don't need that library. The gray-haired lady has stayed, but what you really need is the library that we've become. And so libraries have gone through this incredible sea change. What we did 5 years ago is new to us. What we did 10 years ago, even hard to imagine. So, and the reason that I say we are a different thing is that we are actually thriving because of the internet. We are the only sole source of internet access for hundreds of area citizens. You tend to assume that everyone has Netflix, everyone has mobile devices, everyone has computer. That is not true. And in wealthier communities, that change may be happening faster. It certainly is not happening in our area. And so we are the source for people who need that access. And in the old days, maybe it was you could email, maybe you just would go on to look at your kids' pictures or whatever. That's no longer the case. There is almost nothing you can do in your everyday life that doesn't require the use of an internet access or the use of a computer. So if you need to apply for a job and you don't have a computer, you come to the library. If you have to set up an email account to do all of that work, you have to come to the library. If you apply for food stamps, we were the only library in Massachusetts to get a Project Bread grant a few years ago to provide us with a computer and an internet connection because people were needing that. We worked with the food pantry in Spencer to set that up. If you want to print out your plane ticket, if your printer or computer at home has suddenly decided not to work, you need to use the library. So And if you want to read a newspaper, we have newspapers. That's something that has changed drastically. And I would make the answer also to that whole idea that internet made us obsolete. It's more a matter of us mixing up what we're doing. So radio survived TV, cinemas survived DVDs, telephone survived email, sort of. So what we see as a future is the mix, that none of us are going to always be moving towards simply an internet with nothing else. Second myth, people don't use libraries anymore. Well, at the end of a long day, I think my staff would tell me that people do use libraries. More than 40,000 people, and you have those figures in front of me, more than 40,000 people used the library last year. And I assure you, those are very exact numbers, and I suspect they're low, not high. And they came for meetings, they came for movies, they came in to get tax forms, they came for preschool programs, for family nights, for computer classes. They used our Wi-Fi. That's a huge thing right now. And just to give you an idea, these were figures that we prepared for the last fiscal year. We did a sampling again last week. Last Tuesday, which was a quiet day for us on a cold day, 211 people used the library. This last Saturday, 4 hours that were open, 167. And we have forms that we use. We have very exact ways of telling what those people did. And they did everything from getting onto computers to reserving books to using the library as a reading room. So I want to also say that myth is no longer really true. And the last myth, libraries don't bring any revenue. They're just a luxury. Well, okay, I can understand that we don't charge fees or fines by Mass General laws, we can't. But last year, we got figures from CW Mars, which does our circulation. These are all automated figures. They did our circulation counts, and they said how many things did you circulate, and because all our records have a value on them, how much they cost. We got back a figure of almost 900,000 books and movies, the $900,000 worth of books and movies left our library, were taken out by people who wanted to use them in their own home. We also have calculation figures we use for classes and performances. So you'd pay a certain amount to go to a coffee shop program, one of our jazz programs, to put your kids into a Right to Read program or an early reading program. Last year, Spencer had $68,934 worth of classes, and if you had to pay for them. We have free and reduced price museum admissions. Those are used a lot. And if you take the circulation we had and an average price of about $20, that's $10,380 in reduced price admissions. We also have, you use thousands of free downloads from our systems, and you also use databases that are fee-based. You would have to pay for them if you use them elsewhere. So you used it, or you came to it, or you took it home. I'm sure they would frown on it if you took a cruiser home or office supplies. You had almost $1 million worth of things that went back for your own use. You either used it or you took it out and used it in your home. And obviously for a family that uses the library heavily, that's an amazing amount of value. The figures that I've provided here are just sort of a thumbnail of what kinds of numbers. And again, I think this is what I need to establish. I think people know sort of what we do, but you don't know how many people are depending on us. And I feel sometimes, as Pam was saying before, I feel like I'm the voice for the people who need services and need us to speak up for them and defend them. And so last year, if you use the Richard Sugden Library, we're part of CW Mars, and so you had 6 million items you could have throughout the state borrowed or interlibrary loaned. As I said, the value of those items that we circulated during that fiscal year was $857,780. Our collection is a wonderful collection. It's been well maintained. It's a growing collection of 72,826 books, magazines, movies. Probably the fastest growing is movies. Not everyone has Netflix, and so we do a huge business in DVDs. Last year, 39,140 people visit. We know those numbers are probably on the lower side, but they came to us to use the library. 22,674 ebooks, audiobooks, or movies were downloaded or available for downloads to you free of charge with your library card. I'm often asked, do you have volunteers? We love volunteers. We depend on volunteers. Last year alone, 1,599 hours were served by volunteers. That is separate from the paid programs that are another part of our program. Excuse me. Last year, our summer reading program is one of our flagship programs. The children's librarians do an amazing job. We have folks from all around who come to our programs. We had 724 kids involved in that program. Last year, during the year, 537 free programs were offered at the library. In an average week, 289 sessions, we actually have check-ins that people do. Those sessions were booked through our library computers, and increasingly now people are bringing their own laptops and using our Wi-Fi, which is available free. There are days when we're actually looking for plugs because there's so many people using our Wi-Fi. And the last 24/7, those are the number of hours that you can use the library website or you can use the Wi-Fi. And I added the Did You Know for in particular for my mom, who is a huge Red Sox fan, but I did want to conclude these figures. More people visit Massachusetts libraries each year than attend the entire seasons of the Red Sox, the Patriots, the Bruins, and the Celtics combined. So when people say you don't need libraries anymore, that's not true. I did include on the right side just some figures. This is from a Pew Research Center survey that was done. It was in newspapers and magazines a lot at the end of last year, basically saying that people in this country still go to their libraries and still use services. And we use these kinds of studies to say, what is it that we need to be looking at? Are we, for instance, providing a service that we don't really need to so much anymore, or what is it that people are really looking for? Notice that having a quiet, safe place, that was a 51%. We're finding that our reading rooms are being used more than ever. We're finding that after school, kids are using the library as a safe place to be more than ever. It's an interesting take on what people expect. And then on the left, I just gave you a list of some of the kinds of programs you get at the library. We can talk about those probably in a little more detail as I go along. So then the next thing that I wanted to really get into, and I'm trying to do this time-wise, the next thing that you really asked us to do is what are your core services? What is it that you provide? And how are you doing it? I did it in terms of a chart, because generally in library work we sort of cluster our activities into types of things that we do, and that's where you would be putting certain types of resources. And so in the center, we're telling you that libraries have changed. They've become what's called the third place. It's not home, it's not school or office, it's that third place in a community where people can meet, where you're safe, where you have activities. And so we have a range of collections, programs, classes, we have meeting areas, we have technology for people to use, you can connect with people, and you can find help and services. Going into this, there are 4 major areas that we group our services in and look at funding for. So Lifelong Learning Center is one, we're a technology center, we're a collection center, we're a cultural center. So first of all, in terms of Lifelong Learning Center, we do the cradle to grave service. So we have everything from baby classes to a lot of seniors who come to our computer classes, or who use our, or who like to read. Under the general Lifelong Learning Center, this is where a lot of our staff time is taken. People are now having to apply for jobs. People are having to get government services. And in order to do that, they need our help. They need the computers, but more than that, they need the help. I don't know if you've applied recently to a place like Walmart or Price Chopper or Big Y, but if you go onto an online job application, and everyone has to, you go onto the site. First of all, you have to find it. You have to be able to navigate around it if you're not really comfortable with computers. And some of these sites are 34 pages long. My own kids who worked at a grocery store had a 34-page application form. That's the kind of thing that really is such a stumbling block for people who aren't really computer savvy, who need that help. So that's the kind of thing we're doing. Forms, applications, those are the kinds of things. And because of the way our public computers are set up, people can send things out, they can download. We have a complete security system on ours so that people can comfortably do downloads. At the end of the day, that all gets wiped out, so that people can really use them for everything. A lot of tutoring now is happening because it has to in public places, and so we're doing that. Long-distance learning, I'm actually a proctor for several people who have taken university courses far away, and we actually supervise the testing for those universities. We provide school support, so we do the homework help. We are the schools in the summer with the summer reading support. We also see a lot of homeschoolers. We're the place, the neutral place where they can come. They do a lot of interlibrary loans. Under the Technology Center, we obviously provide public computers and free Wi-Fi. We also have a heavy and an increasing presence in our website. The library is now, and libraries in general, are now much more rich in the things that we do called virtual libraries. So you can do the library from your home. You can say that, no, you're not physically going to the library, but on our websites, right now you can do Mango languages. This is a heavily used site to learn a foreign language. There are now 58 languages on Mango languages. You can, we have a resume service, so if you wanted to do your own resume at home, you can do it. These are all free, open access, you just need your library card number. And we're adding a couple of new ones this month on testing, so that is a service that allows you to do GED or the new forms of GED testing, all kinds of various professions that you need to be tested in, and those also will be free, the test preparation sites. We do classes. This is a huge business that we do, and we have, this is something that we reach out to our elders. We have a lot of computer classes. We have them one-on-one, and sometimes you can bring in your own computer and we'll help you with that, or we'll do actual classes, and so we'll have a theme, how to use eBay, how to send email, how to do various things. The databases and downloads that we use include things like magazine articles, full price, and again, a lot of databases that people are looking for, provided through the Board of Library Commissioners and other sites, are for everything from, they have culinary collections, they have nursing collections, they have general information collections, and those you can't just get on the internet. You have to be through a mediated service. You have to pay for them. E-books is a huge area that we're providing more and more to people so that you can download, and you can download it onto your mobile device. I can do it on my mobile phone, or you can do it onto a computer. The other obvious one is Collection Center. We provide popular reading and magazines, movies, music, audiobooks, research materials. Another important part of that is or a section of this is as I was talking about, we developed the archives and local history. Digital is huge. We've just become a member of the Digital Commonwealth. We're in line for a grant. This is a complete no-match grant to digitize high-quality digital recording of our collections. And so it will be things like the high school yearbooks, things like local histories, photographs, those kinds of things. We already have a small collection called Digital Treasures that you can go onto CWRs and look at, and so we've got photographs that have been done. Again, there's a proper way to put things onto the internet so that if I've got people searching the Howe family who are ancestors and live in Germany, they can get onto that site right now and see a picture of the first piece of cloth that Elias Howe ever sewed. You can find it all. So we're in line for that kind of a grant. That's going to be a major project. We're a source for community information, databases and bulletin boards that we maintain on our website. There are a lot of social services that you can find connections to. And the last one is Cultural Center. Spencer residents have trouble with getting out to do things, particularly on a cold winter evening, and you maybe don't want to travel or you can't afford to travel. We do, if you follow the newspapers or follow our website, you can see that we have a very rich array of programs. We also have art displays. We do arts and crafts. We do music. We do have lectures. We do a number of those services. And so I'm going to then follow this up directly by going to the page on the core services cost breakdown. Yep. I'm sorry, mine has a fancy pie chart on it. You have the plain one, but it's still there. Basically, what we've done is, when you'd asked us to do this, we went to, I went back to my staff. I had them, I think he has copies. We went back to them and said, how do you spend your day? So if you work, say, 18 hours, what proportion of that do you do in the various activities? And so they got that information back to me. I totaled that out. I totaled out what the technology costs were for each of these items, what the supply costs were. And so to provide lifelong learning, which is one of our key services, that is very staff-driven, and that has the largest amount of proportion of our budget, and that's one of the real priorities. Collections is the next in line. Obviously, we're still a library, and we still buy books, whether it's e-books or databases or whatever. Technology Center actually is very much driven, it's divided between library staffing, the people who actually help people from day to day, and the hardware and software. We have to run robust servers, and that is a cost. Cultural Center, notice at the bottom, and on a pie chart, this is a teeny little piece of it. The amount compared to all of the other parts of our budget is only $4,517. And the reason for that is that the Cultural Center of all of these activities is the one that we understand is the least high in priority. It's the one that if you said, well, you need to kind of look at what you do, we would say, yes, we agree that maybe we don't need to put so much time into it. In fact, that's the a portion of our budget that we actively seek grants, donations. We have an active Friends group. We find other ways to fund those cultural activities so that there is not, it really isn't a large portion of our staffing budget that comes out of that. And then we have administrative costs, facilities. We run a 13,000, 14,000 square foot building that is aging. It was built in 1889, renovated in 96, and so that is, and it's a public building. We have safety issues, so we have to keep that going. In addition to these figures, which are the way we would divide up our budget, and we do, we think we're pretty thoughtful about what do we need to be spending our money on. We also belong to the statewide databases. Those are free. But we had in this same time period, we received in grants and gifts a total of $22,975. So in other words, $22,000 that the voters never expended, that we had raised for our programming. We also belong to buying consortiums to save money. We also get freebies from other places if we can. If we have listservs, for instance, I have a fax that just died. I had seen out on one of our library listservs that another library was upgrading. They had a fax that was still usable. I contacted them. I got to be the first in line, drove over the next day, picked it up. It was in the box, and 2 weeks ago, when our fax finally died, we just put that online. So we're finding all other kinds of ways to take what is in this budget and make the best bang for the buck. And the last part of this, and then we'll get to the specific budget, is just I provided a core services review which looked at what we have, but I can very quickly say that we do long-range planning in the for the library using the Planning for Results model. It's published by the Public Libraries Association. It is a listing of all the different types of traditional services, and we then go by those guidelines. We do a lot of local, so we look at what local residents are looking for in services. We do surveys. Last year we did a large survey that went out with the tax bills, and that interestingly came back saying that people want more library hours than we have. They didn't necessarily say they wanted to pay for them, but they definitely wanted us to be open on Fridays. They wanted us to be open on Sundays. But interestingly, of the people who responded in that survey who said they didn't use the library, didn't have a current library card, a very large proportion of those people said it was still important to have a library. Some of them may have been thinking of real estate values or other values, but for many New Englanders, having a free public library is really an integral part of your town, and it was important to them. I won't go into the, because of time, I won't go into the specifics, but basically you could look at these as you want to. Basically, I did a list by collections, technology, lifelong learning, and cultural activities, and looked at what are a breakdown of the various activities under these core core services, what it takes, and then what in parentheses, what the tasks are, what a staff member has to do. I do want to make a couple of remarks. The library operates on a minimum budget. We always have. We're based on state standards, based on what our local needs are, in addition to actively pursuing other sources. And the library has a small staff. So all library staff members, including the director, are cross-trained to be able to provide a wide range of services. No one staff member does one job. Each staff member does a number of them, and I think you're probably hearing that from other departments as well. So we're multitasking in all of those areas. So that is a review. You have some of these materials if you want to look at them in detail. I think probably now we'll move to the budget itself. And the first is the salaries and wages budget. The library is staffed at the same level it was 10 years ago, even though I'm saying that we're doing things now that weren't even invented 5 years ago, like teaching people how to download onto a Kindle, and many activities that we didn't even have the resources for 10 years ago. See, I have competition. So basically, we're staffed at the same level we were 10 years ago. I went back and actually looked at a copy of the payroll sheet for March of 2005. We were at 235.75 hours a week in staff time. That's just regular staff. And in 2014, this last month, 225.75. In other words, we're actually 10 total hours down from what we were 10 years ago. So we have managed to do that by making great use of the senior program. We lost 4 senior workers in this last year, and they were doing a great job, and it was a wonderful program. We're about to lose 1 Project Able worker. It will take us, even if someone new is sent out through that program, at least a year to do the kind of training that we need to do to have somebody up to par. Meanwhile, most of the library staff, regular library staff, has been there at least 5 years. We have a total of something like 843 hours of vacation time we accrued. When you add to that sick leave and workshops and all the other reasons that people might not do a shift, we have to cover 19 hours a week to just keep the library open. And again, I'll remind you, we have a minimum staffing policy of 3 people in the building. We're a busy public building. Anyone can use it, and for safety and security reasons, and this is becoming increasingly an issue. We can't be staffed with volunteers, and we can't be staffed with too low a staff. So in order to keep those hours, the way it's been working is we try to shift the hours around. Of course, when you're running with a part-time staff, that's hard. And other people, because they're only working part-time at the library, have other jobs, so we run up against some inflexibility. I've been working at, basically my position is a weekly position. I signed a contract with the trustees in 1990. It's through the personnel bylaws. It's 37 hours a week. I regularly work 45, usually more. So I've been doing that I very often come in at, say, 7 in the morning and find that I'm there till 7 at night because we don't have enough staff to cover. And what's really important to us is not to close the doors, because what it all comes back to is we can see the faces of the people we know depending on the library every day, and so that's not something we want to be able to do. Do you want to ask specific questions about the personnel, or do you want me to
Well, why don't you
finish
just
up?
run down, maybe if you
Okay.
could, just what each
Yep.
position
Okay.
does?
All right, yep. Library director, I've described my duties. I'm actually the second lowest paid library director in our community comparison group and in the group that is libraries like Athol and other groups. So the pay is not, as other people have been telling you, where we land on the community comparison sheets is fairly low. Our children's librarian is one of our full-time positions. Debbie is also the assistant librarian. She is responsible for all of the libraries, programs, and collections in the children's department. We also have a person who is in charge of reference and circulation and programs. She's at 35. So those are the 3 full-time positions. Our reference and circulation librarian is also the webmaster, although we have a hosting service. she is the one who does that work, and that is actually beginning to take over more of her time. On the figures that I provided earlier, we've just been informed by our web host, they had to move us to a new server. We're getting 6,000 hits a month on the library website, so keeping that up to date is quite a challenge. And that sheet that came out to you before, the Richard Sugden Library by the numbers, you'll see a little QR code. If you actually click your mobile phone on that code, that takes you directly to the library website if you want to see what we're doing. And so those are her responsibilities. And then we have library assistant, it's actually called library, senior library assistants, and so the next one down at 16 hours is our cataloger. Next, we have someone who does 18 hours. She does circulation and collections duties. Our young adult librarian is at 19 hours, and our interlibrary loan at 19.5. Our children's room assistant at 19.5. And then we have a clerical position who works, who does the invoices and ordering as well as covering the desk. And what we were looking at this year is we've done a total of the substitute hours. Basically, as I'm explaining, we're running out of coverage for those hours. And so, and again, I can't add them onto someone, most of my staff, because we can't move them into a benefit position. And so they can't work more than the 19.5 hours. We have a childhood literacy coordinator who is our, this is just for 30 hours a week. She's actually a teacher. She does the story hours and lessons. We have a library page, a high school student. I have a fondness in my heart for this, I have to say. My first job ever was as library page in the mid-'60s in Spencer. I made the whopping 75 cents an hour, and I've always had a sweet, and I've had a warm, but it's a great way. We've had some wonderful young people come through that program for a very modest amount of money. And then a facilities maintenance worker who works library hours and also Sugden and Town Hall. So those are the positions. Again, none of those, no one has step raises due to them at this point in time.
Why don't we just go through the budget?
Okay.
I want you to, next is the books and
Okay, next the books,
subscriptions.
and I really already talked about that. That figure is for
the
books
grant.
and other materials, and so it's the 16%, and we always just complete the budget and go back and do that as that one figure.
What was the grant, Mary? 370, somewhere?
No, 12,000. The state aid,
Oh, it's around $12,000,
right,
I'm
the
sorry, I
state
didn't
state
hear.
aid grant we receive every year, or it's
Around
at 12,000 right now.
Yeah,
So out of the, we get 1.9 million in unrestricted general government aid and $12,000 in library aid.
Gotcha.
yeah. And the last is the expenses budget. This is a level service budget. And so what I do when we prepare the budget each year, and I meet with the finance committee, with the town administrators, I take the actuals from the previous fiscal year and say, how much did we spend on National Grid? We have the National Grid for gas and Metro Media, which is actually a combined a cooperative that the town uses. I believe the police station also uses them to get our better costs on gas delivery. And then water and sewer. This is for a 13,000 square foot building with 4 bathrooms and heavily used. After previous discussions, I think this comes out at probably the right amount.
The minimum. Sewer only, no water.
Yes,
Talked
Yeah,
about-
we don't charge for water.
talked about this.
just because I knew it might be asked. And then things like HVAC maintenance, that is just the very basics to make sure that the system is running. We're doing a clean air system. We use primarily the people who contract through, that the town contracts each year to do those services with some assistance. We have an elevator that we have to maintain. The estimates under maintenance, so the plumbing, electrical, the alarm and sprinkler systems, the miscellaneous repairs, those are all based on previous years and based on what we know it to be. For instance, I'm having the sprinkler system done this week, and this is an annual required maintenance, and he's actually probably going to be coming in at the same figure. So those estimates are pretty closely watched. We don't have a lot of room in them. And as you know, if there's some major, if the elevator pit needs to be repaired for $13,000, that's not in this budget. We have to go back and meet with the town. We have a modest copier lease and maintenance agreement. Phone system maintenance, just to keep it going, is they actually work on they're on the state bid list and help us. Some years we need to use the service, sometimes not. CW Mars, annual membership is actually a cost. They are a single source provider for the circulation system. The cost actually used to be up around $15,000. We actually went through new telco, so now we have a separate dedicated router, but we also went to an open source system, Evergreen. And although the growing pains for the Evergreen system have been a concern for librarians, it is a much more cost-effective system, and now we're beginning to see that if there's a certain part of that, maybe the checkouts aren't handling in a particular way that you want, we participate in CW Mars, and they provide the coding folks to do that kind of work. So those costs are actually beginning to come down a bit. Library programs, basically this fund, although I said we do most of our programming through grants and through other, and through the Friends of the Library, through other sources. We do keep a certain amount. We have a couple of programs that are sort of library programs that we've always done, and that also because of the way we have to pay for some of our cultural grants, we have to pay the night of the performance and then do a reimbursement through the Cultural Council, and so this allows us to just pay those and then it's paid back directly into that account. Seminars, meetings and workshops and mileage, that really is just the minimum for staff. I actually don't get mileage I do a lot of travel, and every year that was something that seemed to disappear, so I don't even try anymore. Conferences, memberships, dues, that's a modest amount. We try to get ourselves, get staff to at least one professional meeting during the year. And if we are trying to get a lot of people, or if we can get funding through our friends or through state grants, we'll sometimes use that instead. Cleaning service is a contracted service, the same one that is used by the town hall in Sugden. And office and janitorial supplies are the things that aren't provided through those services or that we need for library procedures. That completes the fun portion of my presentation.
Thank you,
I'd be
Mary.
happy to answer questions.
Questions from the board?
Back, Mr. Chair, back to the staffing. Clarify for me, Mary, just with the restrictions you've placed on the use of volunteers, where are they used most effectively? You talked about the senior worker program, because you have
What's
some
happening
minimums,
is
you said.
more and more library staff are working with assisting people with computers and in reader's advisory and in doing school programs and that kind of thing. They're doing shelving books, covering books, processing. They're helping us with the tasks that we just have a lot of the clerical tasks. It is considered bad practice to use volunteers for anything that, just like you don't use single sources for a recurring, you don't, it's considered bad practice to use volunteers for something that you absolutely need to keep the library open, because by definition, a volunteer can take time when they want, that's the way it works. So they do more of the clerical and other work. Also, libraries are bound by privacy law, and so technically a volunteer cannot have access to patron records. It's not supposed to be checking out books or having access. Those are very carefully guarded laws
And
in
it doesn't
Massachusetts.
figure into your minimum staffing levels, keep the building open. That's when you talk about minimum of 3,
Right.
that's does not
There are
include that.
times when if we have a volunteer in and we're down to 2 people and an experienced volunteer is in, that's another person in the room. So have we had to do that? Yes, because we're still not asking them to do tasks
Okay,
that we should
all
be
right.
doing.
Okay, but it doesn't sound like you routinely rely on that.
No,
that
because we
volunteer to keep it
can,
open.
we rely on our volunteers, but not for the keeping the building open part, because that's our job.
Just to add to that, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I could, just about, you have different floors, you have different sections, so do you have like, those 3 people that are in the building at minimum levels, are they stationed in certain areas that you could?
Generally, it's 2 in the main library, 1 downstairs. Now, there can be times when we have more staff in because it's during busier times, and there are some days that are not. But yeah, that's how we have to do it. And we've had occasions in the last couple of weeks where we've had to, a young person has had to had needed a call to the police or someone, remember, we're open to everyone, and so we don't know what's going to happen. It can be an exciting ride some days.
Just another follow-up on the staffing. You said it's increasingly popular as a place for kids to hang out or maybe come after
Yeah.
school. Do you have a system for registering kids? I mean, do you know who's there? I mean, is there any,
No,
are you compelled to keep
No,
track?
because we're a public building, that's not, that would be nearly impossible. What we do is young people are signed in for programs that we run, or say
Okay.
we have an after-school
Okay.
teen program, and they'll sign in for that. No, because, and they're very fluid, they're moving, and I'm sure there are several of the police officers who deal with the same group, will tell you that it's a sort of a fluid group. We don't. We have behavior guidelines, which we're really clear with, and those include language, those include behavior. I'm actually the suspension officer, and so if someone is they literally can be suspended for, say, a day at a time or a week or whatever. We have the option to use for the police to actually do no trespass. We try to avoid that. We want to be a place where the kids can be, and for the most part, they do a great job of understanding why we're there and of working with us. That's how we go. But no, we don't actually sign them in.
Is
We
there a
count
minimum
them.
age that you would not let a kid come in on his or
We
her
have
own?
unattended. The Children's Library has rules, so you can't, for instance, use the library 8 or under. You can't be unattended. We do have rules clearly posted. Remember that the trustees are responsible for development, for policies, so we have all kinds of policies that cover these. Generally, what we try to do, and the trend in the libraries has been to be as simple as possible, so I don't need 3 rules about not using cell phones, I just need 1 rule that says you can't disturb other people in a public library, that kind of thing. But yes, the children's rooms have, and the same for use of computers.
Further follow-up, Mr. Chair, just I see you're maintaining, and you said with pride over all these years, the minimum number of hours. How far does the minimum requirement go? I mean, not to pick on any particular department, but supposing, I mean, you have to have an historical collections, I mean, do you have to have a children's library? I mean, is that all up to the library, as long as you meet the 40-hour opening?
A specific position, do you mean?
Yeah, or specific program areas, is that left to each library?
Yes,
Or
that's under the governance of the library.
Okay, so that's something that's set by the board, I assume, in
Yes.
consultation with?
Right, the
with you?
director and the board.
Okay.
Anybody
All
else?
from the-
You all set? One more?
Well, I was a dovetail on that, Mr. Chairman. If we were to, again, we're looking for numbers in these budgets, and, worst case scenarios, if we were to do anything with the hours, if we went below 40, what do we lose on, do we lose the state aid, the 12 grand?
We lose the full state aid. We went through this exercise back in the fall and looked at what the real minimums were. In order for us to remain certified, we could go as low as 32. We don't get money that actually every taxpayer is supporting in the money that goes for state aid to libraries. So we don't get that money back in dispenser, but anything below that, that very minimum level means that we no longer meet the certification standards. We lose our certification, and library users in the town of Spencer will not be able to use any other library because it's based on reciprocal. And this is what has driven a lot of the public interest, when people go, wait a minute, that library I can't use anywhere. So basically, you'd have only the resources that we have in our library. And I can tell you, because people so heavily use interlibrary loan, we circulated 13,000 items last year of interlibrary loans, just things that went through our system from other libraries. We have people using ebooks at an ever-increasing amount. They'd lose all of that, nothing. And so that creates a great deal of concern in library users in the communities that have talked about doing this.
In addition to 3, is there, grant money that we have to pay back if we went?
Capital grant money.
Capital
The
grant?
capital grant, we're really at the very, very end of that capital project. Basically, you can't close the library, it would trigger, and the Board of Library Commissioners watches this, because they're basically saying, taxpayers in Massachusetts helped to pay, or federal funds were used to pay for those renovations, and you've basically gone against the provisions. How many hours?
How much longer do we have on that?
2017.
We're at the very
20 years
last
was
year.
like 2017.
Yes, yeah, 1996, the project went on. We opened in January, I think, of 97. And it was a combination of,
2017.
and it was a combination of state borrowing and actually Farmers Home borrowing.
So what's the balance, you know?
700,000-800,000 range, I think.
What is the what?
The payback, if we closed
Yes,
before
right.
2017, was in the 700,000-800,000 range.
That's what the balance is?
That's what they would ask, because basically,
Mary,
Mary Brainy will answer that.
She knows.
That's what,
come on, Mary.
we borrowed about, the project, the grant amount was about 800,000.
Yeah,
We have to pay it back in today's dollars,
yeah.
not the dollar amount we want today.
So it's a grant, so when you get a grant and they're gonna help fund a capital expense, you have to, there was like essentially a lien on the property that you have to maintain open for this period of time. Anytime, if you close before
Right, you couldn't
that
do
lien
it.
is expired, you have to pay back the grant.
So it's not prorated over the years, Mary, it's once, okay.
So,
No, that was-
anytime prior to 2017, you'd have a
You have to pay
Pay back the
Payback.
grant plus,
plus.
grant plus interest.
Got you.
Okay.
Again, I guess in worst case scenarios, we're doing with every budget. There's not a budget that's escaping these questions.
Yes,
You know, in every budget where you look, you've got 97,000 in expenses and 300,000 in salaries. You know, I want to make that argument that if we were to eliminate, you know, 2 positions or whatever, that this presentation was good. I mean, I can go to the town and say that we're gonna severely hinder lifelong learning from our library if we do this X dollar amount. Is there any way we can get some of the detail that went into this, so we can make those arguments?
absolutely, absolutely. This was trying to make it not too much for you to slow.
No, I
through.
understand it, but we're gonna have to get, at some point, specific, real
Yeah.
specific.
And I think the detail was actually also in some of the other materials we did, but, yeah.
Which if you get us a copy of the.
right, whatever you don't have on.
So I can make the assumption that if I were to eliminate 1 or 2 positions based on their percentages, I'm either eliminating some of the core services you have here or severely hindering the delivery of those.
Yes, and remember, the way it works is that no one staff member does just one thing.
Just one thing, I understand.
So getting rid of those, really, that would put us in danger of not even meeting our hours, not being able to keep the doors open.
Okay.
And that's something I understand your concerns, that's something we've considered seriously.
Okay, if I can get those details,
Back
that
up.
would help me.
Go ahead. Mary,
Yes,
working on Tony's worst-case scenario again. So you have a minimum staffing policy of 3. So at 40 hours a week, that's 120 hours, and you now have 225. So what if we cut you to 120? What would we lose? Is that part of that, what you're gonna give him? You know, a listing, or we lose the
I'm sorry,
computer?
if we cut one
So,
position,
no, so
120
your
hours?
hours are 225 a week now?
Yeah,
If we cut you to 120, 3 people, 40 hours a week, what would we lose from the library? This goes with Tony's arguments, you know. I mean, you don't have to
So
answer
you're saying,
now.
I'm just,
I guess
want to make
we're
sure I'm clear
looking
in
at that.
So
answering.
if I told you
You're
right
saying only
now,
3 people
it's
working at the
you, the
library.
children's librarian, and one other
Would be the only
person,
ones left.
and whoever you need to fill in the positions, and that's it. What are you gonna lose?
What would
We can't
happen?
keep the hours open and we can't do our job. I mean, that's, particularly, and that's saying that we can't get sick and we can't have vacations.
No, I mean, if
but-
you had people to fill in for that. you know,
Well,
so
you
you're-
mean,
so
so you
you're-
keep some staff?
So say your hours every week, you said 3 people.
So that's the minimum staffing, however, we need, that's security, that's where I'm saying we can't go below that. In order to do programs, in order to keep up the website, in order to do all the things that we're doing here, it takes more than.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
Yes, it does, okay, I was not sure what you were going.
It's if we
Yeah.
told you, Mary,
Yeah.
it's you, the children's advisor, and somebody else. What services can you
What-
provide? I mean, you
what
lose the
could be done?
internet, you lose
That's-
the programs, that's what we need.
We're no longer the library that people want us to be, so at that point, as you know, we have always adjusted to whatever it is you say that this is what we have to be. We would figure it out. I doubt, I certainly wouldn't want to have anything to do with a library like that. But I understand, I get totally what you're trying to do here, that we wouldn't be able to.
You go back to this
provide
document,
what we're
and you
doing.
go back to this document and say, okay, we're not gonna do this,
Yeah,
we're not gonna
yes.
do this, we're not gonna do
We'd have
that,
to-
we're not gonna do
right,
this.
cut out-
Because
And
we
I
can't
think
get
that's
on the
what we're
town hall
saying
floor
is-
and
is-
say,
No,
you know what I
okay.
mean?
Right.
We need specifics.
Well, and these are specifics, and also in that list you got where we talked about all of the various activities that go on. So ordering one book, for instance, triggers a lot of.
That's this on the
different
left,
things.
you mean, you would no longer do these things?
Yeah.
I guess what we're saying is that we did get as
We keep the
specific
doors
as we
open.
can, because we can't go and give
Yeah, no,
a warm and
I hear
fuzzy
what you-
number at town meeting,
Okay.
and that's,
Okay.
and this is the closest we've got to that kind of breakdown. This is very helpful.
That was great. Thank you
Very
very
helpful.
much.
Yeah.
And if we can get as much, so that we can go there and give a strong
Yeah,
number.
no, I'm happy
That's
to
of
work
course
with
we
you.
have to get
I
to.
think the key is what we're looking for, is out of your chart.
Yeah.
Okay, if you only had, I'm not saying we're doing it, but the
No, I
worst
understand,
scenario,
yeah.
if you had 3 people, how much of this is this town gonna lose by not doing
Yes.
it? That's the key behind it.
Yep.
If I have
That's
to
what
get
we're
up on the
looking for.
town hall floor and say that, and I say, well, the library just isn't gonna be able to do what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
as soon
and
as
we
the
can- we
board's
can
done,
sort
I'll
these
get you, I
lines. We can-
promise.
Exactly.
Anybody else?
She knows the answer.
Go ahead, give us the answer.
Yes, I'm a children's librarian, and a really important part of my job is creating children's programs and getting children in. There's no way I can do a program by myself. Like today, we had 19 kids in for our theater program. We were both in the room doing the program, and I was running back out because I had a whole bunch of families in the room, the other room, so I could easily use a third person. So whenever there's a program, it's usually 2 of us doing it together, and one of us kind of keeping track of the circulation and all the other stuff that we do. If it was just me, I couldn't do programs.
And and what we're saying is, we're not arguing that fact, what we're saying is to be able to, I guess, sometimes it's just gotta be black and white. So if you took this chart, and if you were down to this level, how much of this is this town gonna lose? And that's all we're looking for, so we can go, and when you go before them,
Show us a new chart.
It's
Yep.
gonna make it easy for
this is,
me.
right, this is what the results of, if we had to do this is what the end result is, as you know. And
I'm not, it's not something I would propose, but I understand what you're
Well,
asking
neither
for,
are we.
so I'm very happy to.
It's gonna be easy for
give
me
you-
if I'm on the town meeting floor, you know, and I can just rattle off a
Right.
list.
They'll ask us where we get our numbers from.
And that's why we're looking at it to say, listen, this is what it takes.
Mary, also you said you track the use, the forms, you have forms that track use.
Yeah.
Can we get that? Well, I mean, we don't need names, but just, you know.
You mean
how many-
like,
On the
I don't know,
library
you
budget.
said you track the use
yes,
as
okay,
far as
so,
people that use
yeah, for one,
computers.
anything that doesn't reveal names, we can.
No names,
Right.
no names.
And so, attendance log, yes, I can.
Okay. And then just, we have a copy of your survey?
The survey?
You said you sent out a survey.
Well, this was based on this one, right, we were looking
Right,
at?
right. So the figures are based on MDLC figures, CW Mars figures are ones that we do. In terms of a survey, that's actually something we're doing for long-range planning, but I can
Didn't
give
you
you
say you
that.
sent one out with the tax bill?
Yes, I can give you that.
Can we get a copy of it? And that's it?
Yeah, actually, you have copies of that.
All right, thank you.
Were there any other questions?
Just a couple more things, through the chair. With Pam's presentation, she made a distinction with duplicated and unduplicated. Of the about 40,000, you're saying use the special layer.
Unduplicated. In other words, the way they're counted, in other words, people could be coming back.
Well, that's what I wondered, is how much.
No, that's how you count it, so that's how we have to do these, and that's actually why only one person. We actually were using people counters, machines, but that was a problem, even though they had a formula that you were getting a lot of that, so this is actually unduplicated.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I didn't know what
Yep.
kind of
No, that's
overlap
right.
there was there. And the last thing, and you've probably heard this, and I'm just gonna, keep on this just as we continue to look at services and deliver them more efficiently, is, it just strikes me that, back to back, we've got presentations on agencies that people are probably not aware deliver more in the way of social services than most people are aware, and that's a function of families, of their schedules, of about, a lot of things in society we all wish we could change. But do you see a way to maybe direct people in a more efficient way so that we're not duplicating services? I mean, do you feel, do you provide a sort of on-demand instruction in using the computer, or do you say to people, we don't have anybody in here today, or we're having a class on that? And I would ask the same thing to, Pam down the road as well. Is there a way that we could, and it's nice when you can get it when you want it, wherever you want it, but sometimes we don't have that luxury. We have to say, we do provide the service, but it's on this schedule at this site. Is that?
Right, no, it makes sense, and that's actually the way a lot of, that's the way we're working towards partnerships and looking at how are we, not just duplicating services, but how can we send people to the right services. So in the case of the people who come to Pam and the seniors, specifically want a place where seniors meet. So a lot of them, while we have a large senior population that uses the library, they want a senior center where they can go with folks their own age who have similar concerns. So what we would do is say, if there are services that they're doing, specifically Pam does things that we would direct seniors to. In terms of what we would do, otherwise, we actually, that is a good model. I mean, that's actually how libraries work these days. We have other people coming in and doing services. In terms of the classes you're referring to, those are specific times, because I just don't have the kind of staff. But on the other hand, what libraries have always done is reference. Well, reference now isn't what's the capital of Utah, it's now how do I apply to Walmart. So that's how it's different.
I guess what I would say, in all due respect to your point about, people, seniors want to be together, or folks want to do it in comfortable settings. Sometimes we just have to say, that's the ideal, but at least we offer the service. It may not be in the setting that you would prefer, but sometimes I could see a point where we're going to have to say, this is where we provide this, but here it's over here, or it's over there, or it's on a different schedule.
And I think to some extent that conversation has started between those of us who provide a variety of services, because we do intersect to a certain amount. It might even be worth actually formally setting up some sort of a way that we would talk about that, or.
It's not something we're going to solve here, but I know it's going to come up when Peter Rock talks about veteran services, because there's going to be a lot of overlap there with social needs that run across the community. So I just want to sort of leave that out there on the table, and something that I think is at merit and consolidating around. But
I think that's something we could go forward with.
thank you.
All set?
Thank you.
Wait, anybody from the public like to be heard? Seeing none, now you're free, Mary.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you.
Mr. Rock, you're up. Evening, Mr. Rock.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. Did you guys get my 30-page graphs?
I lit my fire with it.
We threw all away except one page, and go fast.
You laugh, these packets start my stove all with the water when we're done with them.
I feel like a poor child. You have this budget, right?
Yes, we do.
That's good.
We like them short and sweet.
This should take about 30 seconds.
The shorter the better, okay?
Just to explain a little bit what happened here. on the salaries, a bit of a cut. I did that because it reflects my attitude that I believe
Which is a
in
poor
merit.
one, by the way.
I believe in merit pay. So, as you look, in case you folks haven't heard, I won't be here next year. No cheering, please.
Sorry to see you go.
Standing
However,
ovation only.
however, I do think that you have to earn your little things in your salary as you go along, getting something in merit. So I was leaving a little bit of a gap. Whether that's agreed to or not, certainly is your decision. When I started, I was at about 10,000, I think, and but I've gone up over the years, and I appreciate that, but it also is a bit of a motivation to want to do it, and that's what I see when I look at that. So that explains that particular unit. The other thing, of course, we have the veterans' benefits and general expenses all in one. And putting in about a $5,000 increase is looking at the fact that we may see more benefits. $5,000 for one veteran over a 12-month period probably won't cover that. And it's always hard to tell where we're going to be. This is a case of dealing with humans, and as I mentioned in my description, which I gave you, you get some sense of if somebody comes in and is making, and they do, a couple might be getting only $800 worth of Social Security, for example. They might qualify for benefits if the husband or the wife is a veteran. But that, again, poses certain things, and so there are a lot of variables. And we have to look at that, but we can't really control those variables. They're all very strictly, looked at through Chapter 115 of the general laws. If you make so much money, then you're entitled to X number of dollars. If you make more money, you get less dollars, that kind of thing. And you'll also find that there's a bigger exception for medical expenses. We double your family income, and then and they call that 200% of the federal poverty level, which is what we operate with, and then you can get more. You may get more, even though you may not qualify for any other benefit, you might well qualify for medical benefits. And we do help people. For example, people on Social Security have a Medicare payment, which today is $104.90 a month per person. If they do qualify for medical assistance, we will, in many cases, pay that $104.90 a month for that veteran, and we'll pay it for his wife. So there are things of that sort. So there's a lot of variables, and you have to look at these dollars and how they match up. And much of that is really done by a computer. It's not myself as an individual saying, well, I think Joe could use an extra 10 or this or that. I have to go in and put his actual figures into the computer. The computer instantly says to me, he's qualified for, let's say, health benefits and maybe fuel assistance of some sort, and that's where it's at. Now, the computer then puts that into puts it into an annual situation. Your accountant and your treasurer are sending out a check based on the money I'm saying they can get. But Boston says, you better have that right, because if you have it right, we'll pay back 75%. But if you're adding $10 or $100, we're not gonna pay for that. So the computer is the watchdog for Boston and the Veterans Affairs. So you always wanna match that up. And I occasionally will find Elaine saying to me, hey, how come there's $15 here? Where'd this guy get that? And I have to go back and find where I made a $15 mistake, if there was one, or there's some other explanation. So those things can happen, but they all get checked in the end, because Boston, Department of Veteran Services, has a number for every veteran we have, and I have a number. And they've got to match up every month, and that's simply what it means. So you have that involved. I had this thing that the town administrator asked about. I think the only thing, most of this you've seen is of some of the things we volunteer. We've been doing that Christmas basket. That's no cost to the town because we've got some very generous businesses and exchange clubs and all these other things and banks that really help us out a great deal and pay for all of that food. My wife and I go shopping and then we put the baskets together and we hand them out here every Christmas. So that's one of the things we like to do. The other thing is, I must say, I've probably been neglectful, I haven't been to talk to people like, I didn't go this year to the Exchange Club, I didn't go to the AARP group, and I have been doing that, but this past couple of years, I just haven't done it. But I think that's something we should do, and with my replacement, I certainly will be encouraging that person, and I'll be glad to go with them, like going to the American Legion Post and talking to them and so forth. So we get that kind of work. I will also tell you, I think we all probably see the numbers of people being helped by this office in Spencer, as in the other communities, has increased considerably. And why? And I'll tell you the secret, and it's simple. You gave me an office, I posted office hours. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I'm there from 8:30 till 1 o'clock, and I'm there Monday nights, 6 to 8. And that is important. And when you're looking at my replacement, I hope you will consider making that person look at those kind of hours, because that's the difference. The idea, and they are all over the state, where you just put a phone in an office and once a week check the messages and play that game, you might as well shut the doors. You really should, because that doesn't work. People want to talk to a human being. People have got problems. They want to talk to you. They want to see if you can help them, and you got to be there ready to help them if they deserve it. And if you don't do that, you're wasting your time. So that's part of this. Now, right now, I just picked up 2 more veterans this week. I've got 36 from Spencer. I've got 11 from Rutland. I've got 1 from East Brookfield. Because I had 2 other veterans from East Brookfield, I got them both jobs. When they got jobs, they came off the benefit list. And we try to do that, by the way. I mean, unless you're declared legally disabled, and that's through a doctor and everything else that goes on, you're not gonna get benefits. You'll get benefits on a temporary basis. Usually it's for 3 months. You've gotta go work, sign in with Workforce Central, either in Worcester or Southbridge, and you've gotta get me, you get a sheet, you have to see 4 or 5 every week at least, employers, and get the names and telephone numbers so we can check it out. And you're gonna do that, you're gonna continue to do that, and if you don't do that, you don't get benefits. But you've gotta get yourself a job. You can't be just, floating along. That doesn't happen as well. So that's something else that you have to look at. And then what I didn't mention here is the role that's expected of your veterans agent with Veterans Affairs, which is not the people I work for at all. That's Veterans Services. The VA is the federal program. They're located in Boston. That's their headquarters. Now, the VA, what I do, and just this week, helping a lady, her veteran husband died. She wanted to see if she could get help to pay for a funeral through the VA. I got the forms off the computer. We filled them all out and took care of it. Got the necessary paperwork, death certificate, etc., marriage license, filed all of that so she can at least get some help from the VA. That does not affect Spencer in any way, except that you as taxpayers with the IRS are probably helping somewhere along the line. But so we do that. Or I have another case that's coming up that I'm just working on, and it's really amazing. I just tell you this much about it because I don't know where I'm going to take this, but veterans, there was a veteran in Spencer who in 1947 was part of a group of 400 sailors in a ship that was sent into the Pacific and an anchor thrown 12 miles from a bomb site. And the government wanted to see what the bomb would do to those guys. Well, I'll tell you what it did to him. This guy even got something amazing. He got cancer in his ear canal. And when they took it out, they had to take the eardrum out, so he lost hearing. I say that because you'll get the picture in a minute. He had kidney of the liver, kidney of the kidneys and the liver. He had some kind of a disease on his circulation with his legs, all of this. Now, he's got some beautiful letters that the government wrote to him, thanking him for his service. And you know what they gave him? 100% disability. And they said he could count on that because his country cared. 8 months later, they took it away from him. But he had a hearing loss. Now, hearing loss for anybody can be collected fairly easy. It's a 10% disability, meaning you get about 120 a month. And that's all that guy got. And as a result, he now he passed away recently. And I'm just looking at this, his wife should have gotten assistance herself and never did. This was a very serious thing. And to think that you ask men to climb on a boat and go 12 miles from an atomic blast and not give them care for the rest of their lives. I know back in '47, I'm sure nobody realized how bad an atomic exposure could be. But I've been looking into this thing. I've gone all the way to Florida with organizations. There were thousands of men like that, and they all got this bad deal. And so somebody has to stand and fight. I guess, not that it's in my character to fight, but I think I'm going to be talking to some people from some of the larger newspapers on the East Coast to see if somebody will pick up that story and tell the story of these guys and find out why aren't they getting help. Again, it's not your issue, but it is in the sense that we're all American citizens. And I think you've got to be fair on this. So that's another thing. So that's the kind of thing you can probably do. And, the last thing, flags. That also fits into that category, veterans benefits and general supplies. And why we do it that way now, when I pay for the cemetery flags, we get 75% reimbursed. So you want to keep that way. Now, we don't get reimbursed for the flags on the flagpoles. But the other one is, so we get the cemeteries covered. We do it now. I do have, and I thank the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts in Spencer for helping me out. We do the cemetery, the old cemetery behind the Congregational Church, and of course we do Holy Rosary, and we do the one on Route 31. And so all of the flags we use are all at least 75% paid for by the state. Now, we have to pay for the markers that I usually can buy for about $15. We get the metal ones made of nickel, and they work out well. So that's what I do. So those are some of the situations you have and the things you do. And this job also requires house calls because you've got veterans who are not mobile. And so you get out there and talk to them. And finally, I do have people who just come in. I guess we call it just to talk. Some people might call it therapy, but you just give time to listen to people. And that, when people talk about counseling is 90% listening. And that's what you want to try to do. So those are the things I do. That's my budget. Again, I would say, look closely at that salary thing. Again, you know what my philosophy was, why I did it the way I did, because I thought whoever gets my job gets a little less now, but doing a good job, maybe next year you'll be able to put a little more in, whatever. That's all I was thinking about. And the totals, as often is the case, we don't know what the benefits will be like. And I'm sure that my replacement, like I, will have to come back to the Finance Committee and whatnot to talk about those increases if they occur. But I would say again, finally, gentlemen, be sure to have those hours. Be sure to have fixed hours. If you want to serve veterans, that's the way to do it. And then get out there and talk to the various organizations, and believe me, they're all very helpful. So that's it. I know everybody's long, I've talked too long already. Any questions from the board?
Peter, again, what's the number, that this number served that this 150,000 represents?
Right now, 34.
34. And what's the age breakdown there? What you covering from, from recent conflicts?
I would
in,
say the
war and
oldest
terror?
veteran I have is 90, World War II veteran, he's 92 right now. And the youngest is probably, that would be someone from the Middle East conflicts to Afghanistan, and that would be probably about 30, 31.
And do most of your the people veterans you serve fall in the younger age range from the recent conflicts?
No, sir, I would say a lot of probably Vietnam.
Vietnam.
So that puts him probably more in that late 50s, 60s category.
That's a group.
I just have a question about the budget. When we flip the page, we go to 1,500, is that what the,
That's the flags and stuff.
that's separate from from these, from meetings and miscellaneous?
That's Memorial Day and Veterans Day observances, we reimburse the Legion for purchases they make for those two days.
Thank you. For clarification.
And the veterans payment, obviously it changes because we don't know how many you're servicing at that point, and then we come back and, so I mean, you know.
We can lose somebody. And I gotta be candid with you, I had a guy that came in here, and boy, sometimes they just don't know how to handle their money, they don't know how to do anything they wanna do, maybe, and this guy, and it turned out that this guy was having a big fight with his landlord here in Spencer. And he wanted to move, but he owed the landlord a lot of money. So I thought, maybe we can't pay all of his arrears, but he was in the red about $4,000 on rents. So anyways, I talked to Boston. They agreed to give this guy $800. And I talked with Mr. Gaudet, and I said, look, I got a guy, he's costing about $900 a month. If we can move him out of town and move him into another town, or Worcester, it's worth an investment. Now, I have that Veterans Volunteer Fund, so I took 800 of that, along with the other 800, negotiated with the landlord, said if you'd get 1,600, we'd drop all the charges. They said, yeah, because it was gonna be a losing battle anyways. So that's what happened, and they went. So, sometimes you have to look to the future.
That being said, any other questions from the board?
All right, next presentation.
We're looking towards the future.
Any questions from the public?
Same guy that bought this too?
Yep, for both.
Wait a minute.
Just one.
Go ahead, Mayor.
And I said it last week when the fire chief spoke. Mr. Rock has come to Finance Committee for supplemental aid, late May, early June, to get through the rest of the year. In the past, Finance Committee has had $30,000, $25,000. This year, we have $5,000. So, Mr. Rock, Chief Parsons, whomever, the Board of Health, any of those things, just so you understand, we're hanging by a thread
Oh,
for everybody.
Having
Good
dealt
point,
with
Henry.
municipal finance for about 30 years, I understand completely. However, I tell you the truth, it's black and white. If somebody comes in, qualifies, they're gonna get it. Now, if you can't come up with the money, the law's there too. They're gonna take it out of your state aid.
Right.
And you really want to avoid that for one reason, and that's because that 75% reimbursement that comes back to your money doesn't happen, because they get it. Right. So you don't want to get there, but that's what could happen.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
2 minutes, we're gonna do a restroom break. We're back.
Everything I do by statute. Have a nice day.
Way past my bedtime.
Right.
Already?
Okay, next up, we have Laura Torti, the town clerk. You're on.
Okay, I promised Mr. Fritz I'd take 10 minutes and no more. Okay, just very briefly for the essential services narrative. We are like the central information center for local residents and citizens at large. If you don't know where to go, you go to the town clerk's office. And then from there, we'll send you to whatever department you need to go to. A recent study was done for the town that was a satisfaction survey. And it showed that the town clerk's office has the highest resident contact rate of all town departments, and we had the second highest resident satisfaction rate of 95%. The fire department got 97%. Because the majority of the tasks that we do are set by state statute, there really aren't any areas or services that we can stop doing, because we need to be in compliance with state statute. Again, I have here, there's 73 chapters and 451 sections of Mass General Law that we have to follow. Some of these things are serving as custodian of town records, and that's not simply putting them in the vault. We have to catalog them, index them. We have to be able to retrieve them so that when people call and say, hey, is a permanent easement on this particular piece of property, we need to be able to know where it is, how to get it, and provide the information. We serve as the election official and conduct all federal, state, and town elections. That involves a minimum of 8 weeks prior to each election and 2 weeks following each election. What that also translates into is a cost of about $7,000 every time the town has an election, not counting the staff's salary. That's just poll workers and the actual election costs. We conduct the annual census. Each year, we have to, by law, send out census forms to all residences, and then update all our census information, household by household. That takes up, as I have here, at least 80% of the assistant town clerk's time, at least 10 hours a week of the part-time assistant town clerk's time. And it doesn't even begin to address the time it takes me as town clerk to set that up, work with a vendor, and just coordinate the whole project. Again, that's about an annual cost of about $6,500. And on top of that, it doesn't include, and I want to bring this up in particular, the amount of time spent in the past by senior workers and most recently by the registrars. Even tonight, 2 of the registrars came up and we sent out a second mailing. They spent hours folding and stuffing envelopes and getting that ready so that we can have the most accurate census responses possible. I don't know what I'd do without the registrars. They've done so much work for this town that no one is aware of. We administer the state voter registration system. That's a state computer system that tracks all registered voters and also keeps track of the census. I serve as town clerk on the board of registrars and coordinate all the work done by the registrars. It's not only just the town meetings, the elections, the voter registration, but as I said earlier, a lot of their work they do that they volunteer on, like helping with the census or any other thing that comes up. We research, seal and attest to town records like bylaws, resolutions, easements, that sort of thing. We have to prepare for town meetings, and we're responsible for writing and recording the actions of each town meeting and certifying all the town meeting actions. We submit all the zoning and general bylaw amendments to the State Attorney General's office for review and approval. It's a somewhat complex process, and then when it comes back with the Attorney General's approval, we're responsible for posting it in the proper way. We issue a variety of licenses. We administer and record oaths of office. We provide access to public records. We record subdivision plans and file notices of planning board actions. We receive and record appeals to all decisions of the planning board and zoning board. We are responsible for employee, board, and committee education and compliance with state ethics. This has become quite the project. This used to be done by the Human Resources Department, and since we no longer have that staff position filled, it's come into my office. We literally have to, we send out letters to people who need to take the ethics exam online, as you know you all have done. Every 2 years, that has to be revisited by everybody who is a town employee or serves on a board or committee. It takes a lot of tracking and a lot of follow-up. I've looked into offering classes to see if we can do it by groups. Again, this is something that hasn't been done in the past, but we do have to do it. Beginning in July, we will be acting as the burial agent as well as the town clerk in processing death certificates. The state has decided to do everything online for burial permits, death certificates, and in talking with the health agent who presently issues burial permits and serves as the burial agent, it only made sense to bring those two tasks together. Many town clerks serve in both those positions, but again, this is something new we're taking on in the interest of providing a better service. We do budget preparation for my department. We record vital records. We certify all the actions taken for town officials, and we work very closely with the town administrator's office on the annual report and annual appointments, and both our offices really try to help each other out, as much as possible throughout the year. I wanted to touch on revenue. The town clerk's office takes in about $40,000 a year in fees. The bulk of that is in dog licensing fees. And I just wanted to bring it up because it more or less offsets the cost of the full-time town clerk, assistant town clerk position, including the cost of health insurance. Achievements, again, I know you weren't really asking for that, but I wanted you to see that we are looking at ways to cut costs or become more efficient. One of the things we've done is we eliminated the weekly sessions in housing court for bringing people who have failed to license their dogs. We had to go to housing court all fall and winter. We went once a week. And in working with the clerk magistrate, they had an issue with somebody retiring, and like us, they weren't refilling that position. So housing court and I kind of put our heads together and decided that we'd try to do it once or twice a year, and that seems to be working well. So that's a plus. We send out second census notices. We didn't used to do that, and in doing so, and I have been able to do that because of the help with from the registrars, that will help make our census more accurate. Conducting annual training sessions for election workers. This is something that's mandated by state statute, and we've been able to do that successfully every spring. Works in progress, we've been creating standard operating procedures and eliminating outdated procedures to try to streamline our record-keeping systems. We've, again, eliminated some outdated procedures. We've been working on reorganizing the vault, and I've been working in conjunction with Mary Baker Wood, because as the town historian, we've been able to take some things that we found in the vault and give them to the library, where now the public will have access to these things. And, rather than just sitting in a dusty vault, now everybody gets to see and enjoy them. As far as the budget itself goes, Adam, if you want to skip up to the actual sheets, I can talk about some of the changes we had there. For salaries, the request currently before you shows a reduction in assistant town clerk floating hours from 150 to 140. 150's been the standard of extra hours budgeted to cover unforeseen things like extra time during elections and stuff like that. But we've worked at being a little bit more efficient, so I'm I've reduced my request from what the past standard was. In general expenses, the request reflects a decrease of $692 in the postage line item. I might note that all the postage used by everybody in town hall is paid for out of the town clerk's budget. It was just, I think, the convenient way to track that money. It also shows a decrease of $198. It's small, but these things do add up, in our copier lease line item, and an increase of $300 in the training line item. That's because there's classes specifically for town clerks that are offered 3 times a year. And not only do I attend them, but the assistant town clerk does it as well. And then a decrease in $800 in the office supply line item. I was hoping by decreasing office supplies and being really, really frugal with that, would be able to increase the training, which I think has a much more long-lasting effect. When you go to elections, registrars, I decreased the mandatory training session because based on, we do have to pay the poll workers who attend those training sessions, and based on the actual costs, I think we had too much in that line item, so I decreased it quite a bit. However, we had to increase poll worker salaries by $8,000 to cover the September 9th and November 4th upcoming elections. And that figure is going to change from year to year. It depends on how many elections you have. As far as general expenses go, we increased $1,800 in the police detail line item, and we had to increase $35.50 in the ballot coding line item. Again, this was specific to this year to cover the state primary and the state election in November. So if you have questions, I would be happy to try to answer them.
From the board.
Lawrence, a question through the chair, of course. We have, the list of, it's an impressive list of state mandated services and functions. Does the state mandate hours as well, or accessibility to the town clerk? Is that up to each town to set?
It's up to each town.
So when we moved to from 5 days to 4 days, that was something the town could do?
The town determined that, the town administrator determines that.
Keep in mind, when we went to
Determine that.
5 days to 4 days, we still keep the same amount of hours open.
We do it just the
We
late
just-
nights.
we just- Right.
Another question, I'm not surprised to hear that if people walk into the town hall and they don't know where to go, they're gonna come to your window first. Laura, do you think this, and I guess I would ask this of all the counters and services in town, is there a way to provide the services at fewer windows or fewer locations? Is it a matter of being next to the records? Is that what it often involves? I mean, we can't have all the records in one room, but instead of sending people to other offices or other counters, is it a way to deal with more of that centrally, or fewer sites?
I gave it a lot of thought, John, because, I saw what you folks were driving at. Are we duplicating things? Is there a way to, be more efficient? And each department handles specific things. So if they come to my window and they're looking to pay their tax bill, I have to send them to the collector's office. If they have a question about zoning or planning, they typically would be, or they need a building permit, they're gonna be sent downstairs to development and inspectional services. I don't think there's a whole lot of duplication of effort. I think every department is fairly tightly run with and they're tasked with very specific duties. So I
And it was
couldn't
partly
come
functional.
up with anything.
Well, I expect it's probably a function of where, the layout of the town hall. I mean, if we were designing ideal town hall, maybe it could be more central, but I realize that, there's a limited amount of space. But, I see people come in and, being sent from one one window to another, I just, that's sort of questions we have to ask and see if there's a tighter way of answering those questions and dealing with people, people's needs.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I get one quick question. We're asking these difficult questions of everybody. If you were to lose your part-time clerk, what's the negative impact on your services?
It would be extremely difficult to do all the things that are listed, that I just reviewed with you. Each task takes time, and the part-time position makes it possible, really, to accomplish all of this and to do it well and to provide good service to the public, so that when somebody comes in and needs a birth certificate, they can get it. We don't have to say, call ahead, or, we're sorry, we're in the middle of an election, you have to come back, There would be, I think, a significant loss of customer service.
Knowing her functions, there's one in particular that would get hurt more than others. Does this person handle specific functions for you?
I'm not sure what
They
you're
do,
asking.
those
Does she
people,
do all the functions of the
whether they're full-time or part-time, do they all do the same functions? Do they all know how to do birth certificates? Do they all know how to do dog licenses? They all know how to do, or elections, or?
Yes. There's a pretty substantive overlap of training, which again is why it's so ideal. That's why, for instance, I have one of the part-timers working upstairs, because Monday night is usually my night to work 6 to 8. But because they can sign marriage certificates or marriage intentions and do most of the basic functions of the town clerk, the office is open and I can be down here.
Great, thank you.
Everybody else all set?
Good.
Anybody from the public like to be heard? Yeah, right. I think we're all set for now, Laura.
Well, thank you. See, I
just
told
got-
you it'd be 10 minutes.
Pretty good.
26.
What are they talking about? They missed the party last
Donnie
week.
had a timer on his phone, just so you know.
Here comes troublemaker, let's get her out of here.
Everybody left because you two were too loud, they couldn't hear what was going on.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's his chair, it's so loud, we're like, every time he walked back, it was like, all right, good evening. I'm gonna be fast too, because I know we've all been here and all of us really wanna go home, so. Basically, I submitted to Adam, which I think you guys have, some basic services from the assessor's office, just to jot some of them. Obviously, you can't write them all down. And I have with me tonight my 3 assessors, Jeremy and Maureen. We do a lot of customer service at our window. Unbelievable amount of people and traffic that we still have at our window. Many of them have to come in because of proof. And, they have to bring items to us that we need proof to either qualify for an exemption, to get an abatement, whatever. And they have to come in for it, or that's it, but a lot of people still come in. A lot of our things are confidential, and they have, they can't be in the hallway, they need to come in, sit down with either myself or Elaine, away from the general public, or with the assessors at night on Mondays. A lot of our stuff cannot be shared with anybody else, even volunteers, because it's extremely confidential, and that's what the taxpayers are looking for. So those are just some of our general customer service things that we still do all the time. We provide a butters list so that other departments can get, variances and stuff through building, et cetera. We help the elderly with completing their exemptions. We help the veterans, the blind, the people who have to file on chapter land, and people who wanna, you change a car, you already paid your bills, so you want a refund on that. and you have your other bill, and we make adjustments where we just apply an abatement to the second bill, trying to save the paperwork and checks that go out of the town hall. General office duties, I think, really just mailing and preparing all of those forms, just like everybody else. We have a long list of forms that are mandatory, though, for us to go out, income and expense, charitable organizations, sorry, and the people that want to maintain an exempt status. We need all of those things, and all of that we need on those records are to do our job to make sure that everybody is taxed evenly and, on their own values, and everything is done on mass appraisal. So we have to have a lot of that. We have a lot of communication with lawyers, and obviously we have a lot of data maintenance that we need to do. We need to update all of our records every time we go out on the field, every time I go out with the building inspector, every time somebody splits a lot, it requires changing the GIS maps. That reflects the website. It reflects Vision Appraisal, our appraisal site. And it just, every single step requires about 5 steps at least after the initial step, from getting the deeds from the registry, etc. Our biggest and most important part, obviously, is commitments. The Board of Assessors and the Assessor's Office are the prime money makers, kind to say, of preparing commitments that go to our collector treasurer. We have our real estate taxes, our personal property taxes, which are collected 4 times a year. We have to get those done timely, or we will not be able to send them out 4 times a year. And then the town doesn't have the money to pay the bills. We have recommitments that are done manually. We have boat excise, farmer's excise, dealer plates excise. All of those have to be manually put in our system. We didn't ever get the modular because it's so expensive through Munis. So one of our clerks, actually, who's no longer working for us, prepared it on our excise system and set it up. So we now have it down to a routine, and Elaine goes in and puts all of that information in for all of the different excises for boats and farmers and dealers. We have to maintain the records on betterments and do supplemental billing. We have to process pilot agreements and payments that we receive on various payoffs for betterments or for exemptions or titles, 5 stuff. We have to make sure we keep accurate records on all of our liens, and we have to give all these exemptions out to the elderly, and then we also have to keep good records so the town gets reimbursed for that, so that we're not, we're giving out, but we also want that money back from the state where we're qualifying. So we have to make sure that's done, and all of that with the financial team, accounting, and the collector treasurer and myself. We have to work closely because all of those go together. But Mary Barrel's position can't do my job, I can't do her job, because we can't cross those lines. I can't collect money at the counter and she can't grant an abatement. It's not right, it's a conflict. So we do know each other's jobs, but we support each other, but we can't do each other's jobs. My office clerk, which I have full-time, Elaine, her and I are pretty much cross-trained on the general practices of the office. She has her things that she usually does. She's trained me on a lot of things that when I came full-time that she was doing, just so that I know. And I've trained her on most of my stuff, other than the recap and new growth that she maintains, but I do the recap and that stuff. We just have the general reports that are required in any office. I mean, we have the tax recap, obviously. That's our biggest thing that we need to do every year, and if we don't get that done on time, we don't get a tax bill out on time. We have to wait till May to get tax bills, and last year was a struggle because of the budget process, but with everybody's help, we got it done, and that was a good thing. And then, my board meets on Mondays, and, people will come in to complain about their assessment, and then we try to tell them how we determine it, and 99% of the time, they go in with the understanding that we all wish our taxes were less, but we have to live within fair we have to live within fair values. And, I mean, last year, we only got like 6 abatement applications. So, we're doing something right. So we have a reval every 3 years, an interim every year. A tax classification, as you know, every year. We track every change we make on our valuation, from the negatives to positives, the abatements, to track the new growth, which is very important, obviously, on our recap, because Adam budgets a certain amount, and we strive hard to do what we can to make sure we get that. So that's me going out in the field a lot, and I'll get a little more into that later. Cyclical inspections are mandatory. We have 5,300 parcels almost, and an average of 583 visits a year. We have 300 building permits and 300 sales usually per year that should be visited. I use MLS, I use field review, I use some data, help from both my vendor and from a data collector that we're allowed to hire right now as a very part-time thing. We have schooling we have to maintain and keep. And then, of course, the assessors, the Board of Assessors are responsible for looking over myself and Elaine and all the requirements that we're meeting, and making sure that we meet those requirements. So, although they only meet on Monday nights and get paid oh so well, they come in and do their job to make sure that recap sheet is out and on time, to make sure that the values are reviewed and fair. They've helped set up some new procedures, actually just this year, that, help me to put stuff before them so that we can try and get even a closer grip on valuations. And basically that's it as far as the duties. I mean, a lot of general office, everybody has them. So just if we just were to go over the budget quickly, the assessors actually went into last year where partway through the year, they gave up their salary because of the budget cut and the $700,000 that we had to give back. And although it was, they gave back theirs. There's my salary, and for being a certified assessor, a stipend that I get. I have a senior clerk, and through longevity bonuses contractual with her union. My junior clerk was cut last year as also a way to help with the budget, and it's been an extremely rough year, I have to tell you. It's meant a lot more closures for the office. People have not liked it, but we've had no choice. We've had to close. We've closed for all of her vacation, my vacation. I had an illness. She had an illness. It was one of those bad years, and when I'm on vacation, she has to close because she has to close for lunch. When she's on vacation, I have to close for lunch. We can't with our part-timer, who was not that much money in my opinion, and she would work the odd hours. She would cover our lunches, she would cover our vacations, so that we never had, not totally cover a vacation, but cover part of it so that we always had office coverage. So we were open to the public from 7:30 in the morning until 4:30 and through lunch. Now we have to close a lot more, and I have to go to school. I go out on the field. I can't go out and measure as much as I could when I had an assistant with me, whether it be my full-time clerk, whether it be my part-time clerk. I don't have that capability, and we're trying to do the best we can to stay up with the mandatory inspections that I spoke about. So I know that it's still a rough time, but I want you to know it has not been an easy year. And I'm not whining, I'm just letting you know. you know, we can only do so much. And I just want you to realize that. And we did a good job, I think, but I just want you to realize that, some stuff is given up.
One of the things we did, we were fortunate to have a college student over the
Yes,
summer,
we
which
were.
helped fill in because the senior clerk was out for an extensive period of time, so we were able to fill that time, that gap
Yes.
with the student, but obviously September 1st came and that was gone.
Is that an internship or a volunteer?
It was a paid internship essentially, but again, the person's not certified, not trained, I mean, she had some minor experience in the previous assessor's office, but
We were
not
lucky.
capable of doing anything that the senior clerk has been there over 15 years and Mary has been there.
32, 33.
So-
Since the town hall was invented.
Time to retire.
Not, almost 2 years.
But anyway, so
Year and a half.
it's been a challenging year, we've tried to, again,
It has.
Band-Aid with, you
Right.
know, can another department, does another department have available, can go in there and cover, and we've had the same situation in the treasurer collector's office with a position that we haven't been able to fill, but, you know, it's just, you're very limited in the ability to do that. We, you know, every, as you know, and you've seen throughout here,
Right.
every department is bare bones, so when someone's out, medical leave or other, or you eliminate a position, whether full-time or part-time, you're asking other departments that are bare bones to leave their station and go cover someone else's station, it's very difficult, and, so we didn't have major cuts this year, but the cuts that we had were felt by, especially treasurer collectors and assessors.
Just to, and I'm giving to Chip, just to make it clear for everyone watching, if we were to affect your staffing at all, even the junior clerk, we would be losing, we'd be losing hours of service as a result.
Well, the junior clerk, the junior clerk's right now in the
It's in the
budget.
budget.
It's in the
Right,
budget.
it was-
What you would lose, I'm sorry, you wanna go first?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say is that we was up until July 1st, when that person left for an open position in a different department,
Right,
that person was there. So once what we've been dealing with for FY14 is the loss of that position, and what we've been doing is we have lost service, and where we never had to close that office before, we are now closing it regularly.
Right.
And it's an office like the town clerks, like the treasurer collector, like Otis, that needs to be open to the public regularly. You know, we've been able to, and we're gonna talk about the accountant's office next, or in this discussion, is a little different, they're not as open to the public, they're more there for staff than they are for the public. So when Elaine retired and we went down to part-time for her, we have closures in that office, but it doesn't impact the public as much as the closures here do. And then we had a situation yesterday, the day before, in the treasurer collector's office, as people are paying excise tax, we had to close the office because we had 3 full-time people, now we only have 2. One person's out of the office, one person's gotta take a break, or one person is dealing with 2 windows all by themselves. They can't cover the window, answer the phone, send a fax, handle a call from an attorney all at the same time. So even though we only had 1 position which we didn't refill after she retired, and we had 1 part-time position that left, it's been very challenging, and I hear the stress that the 2 department heads have been going through for the past several months, if not longer. Those are things that we put back in the budget. We've realized that we can't do without that. The scenario that we had in the fall, like, the only way you could do that, again, is closing town hall. And that's not something, again, we talked about a loss of service. That's the only way you can deal with less people, and even then, you still have 1 or 2 people doing 2 or 3 people's jobs. So, I think that's kind of what Mary's trying to say.
in answer to your question also, we have had, myself and my full-timer have been doing the work that the part-timer was doing. It isn't that she just covered. She did excise tax commitments, she did, because we all 3 were trained on various things, but Jill primarily did excise tax from beginning to end, and we did abatements and assisted in it, and then we did our other duties. We picked up all of her tasks because we had no choice. And last year did end up being a year where both myself and my full-time clerk were out on medical leaves. That was unusual, but we were closed, and fortunately, you all authorized for me to have that part-timer from school that Adam had me get through a search, and I was very lucky to get a student who had experience. So, you know, I just want you to be aware that those services are lost, and we, both me and my full-timer, have taken on all of that responsibility, and, you know, we've had to put other stuff on the back burner, but
Yeah, I think what we're trying to get in every one of these
Trying not to,
presentations, every one of these presentations, we want to make it clear what services are affected, not only do you close, Martha, but your delivery of these are affected, the delivery of these services.
Yep.
So that's gonna be made clear to the community if, in the worst case scenario.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one more question. When, is the inspection, the requirement to inspect property, once every 9 years, I understand?
Okay,
Is
so-
that a state?
That is a state thing. We've
Reevaluation.
completed our first cyclical inspection a couple of years ago, and we had a bigger staff, plus I had the help of some outside, you guys had let me hire someone as data collector to come in because we were so far behind. So right now, that has fallen behind, but in that 9-year period, we're gonna have to make it up. But for now, that's one of the cuts I have made. I can't go out on the road, but I do have to, and do those. But I do have to go on the road for picking up demolitions and new growth, just simply so that the new growth's in the budget and, the building, I gotta get what's there. And we have ever-rising pilot, well, I guess they're going to call them tax agreements now, but the solar energy projects we have 4 more pending that, takes a lot of time and a lot of hard work to.
That's you or your senior clerk?
Well, that's me and usually Adam and a consultant that I hire.
Not for all the
in
cyclical
the
inspections?
budget.
but No, you're just talking about the special tax agreements. Okay.
Yeah,
But when you do a property inspection as part of that cycle, that's one person who does that, or is there 2 of you from the office?
well,
What's required?
I do it, but it's a little harder. I mean, because it's not just the measuring of the house, I think it's the safety also, of going out on an inspection. I mean, I had a couple incidents where, I actually had a taxpayer call the office here, the town office, and complain because we were there, and saying, that we tried to get in the house and saw there was a child home, but the child was like, maybe 19, okay? We did not enter the house. We asked them if they were the owner of the property. We said they were not, and we left a card for the parents. We did not go in, but as my witness was my clerk. And that person had called, not Adam, but Mr. Guida. By the time I got back to the town hall, it was like all blown out of proportion. And, it was as simple as I had Elaine to back up my story because we hadn't done anything wrong. But I typically don't go in a house if I'm alone for various reasons. I don't want them to say I stole something, took something. I don't want any problems. So it limits your efficiency. I should have some with me on inspections.
That's useful. Thank you.
Anything else? Is that?
Any questions from the public? Right? None? Next?
Went home.
Next?
Yep. You all set?
All set.
Oh, Lane, quick fall asleep.
You wanna do 'em?
Hi, I'm Elaine Boucher, I'm a town accountant for the last 30 years.
Yes, you are.
And like other departments, like Adam was just saying, I'm not a service department. All I deal with is our department heads, make sure our department heads keep on budget, and that's basically my job. My job entails doing all the payrolls and all the warrants, which my clerk does on a weekly basis. We do payroll every other week, we do warrants every other week. We do not prepare the checks go, my warrant goes up to the treasurer, she prepares the checks, and our payroll service and Harper's produces all the payroll checks. Other than that, I just make sure everything that we're paying is not excessive, fraudulent, or abusive, so other than that, that's my job,
In a nutshell.
in a nutshell.
There it is.
Here's my cut at
Any questions from the board?
That's why I was able to
It's
move
pretty-
from 37 hours down to 10 hours, because it took me 30 years to get everything in it's
Working order.
working order. I mean, Mary and I mean, we balance receivables every single month. We balance cash every single month. We balance, like veterans, I have to balance veterans every month because the veterans agent in Boston sends me a thing making sure that everything is balanced. I have to check off every single month. Our tax title's all balanced, every account that we have is in balance. And not many towns can do this. I'll say that they can do this. But the three of us have been working together for 30 years and we just got it down pat. But
Look at
I'm
the
not-
audit
I'm not a-
reports.
That's what I was just gonna say, and that says it all, so.
Mr. Chairman, the only question I have is to the administrator. I'm assuming you, the outside accounting firm was set up by
But
you?
as an option, and if we
As
go
an
a different
option.
direction in terms of hiring staff, then I would transfer it into the salaries and wages account. But at some point, we have to do something long-term. So in the short term, until we decide what we were gonna do,
we haven't decided what we're doing. Now we have another factor going in that Mary Barrow is
Right,
now
right.
leaving us
So-
too.
so there's,
Well,
some towns, what
I
they've
ain't gonna
done
worry
is,
about that.
some towns have done the same thing, in terms of, Band-Aid with an outside accounting firm, there's firms that offer that service, and that's something that I'm looking at as an option temporarily. I've asked Elaine if she would be willing to stay on through the summer and through the audit. We're talking to several towns about regionalizing the position, if that's an option for us. Those things take time, so this is, if Elaine eventually finally does say, that's it, I don't wanna be a semi-retired, I wanna be completely retired, I have to have money available to do something quick, and a vendor would be someone you could hire right away, you wouldn't have to go through a 3 to 4 month hiring process, you could go out to bid in 30 days and have someone in here, so, that's what I budget right now, again, if we have the option of transferring it up into salaries and wages if necessary, so.
Is that too?
I didn't know that you don't have to bid that out, or?
You would,
Yeah.
it'd be an
Definitely
IFB, yeah.
Yeah.
I know the town of West Boylston does it, they have the opposite, they have a part-time town, assistant accountant, and then they have, the use of an outside accounting firm, and they spend over $100,000 a year on that service, so. We do have an assistant full-timer, which has helped out with, Elaine being semi-retired. That person also does payrolls and warrants and all that kind of stuff, and she helps me with the budget too.
The accounting office open, well,
And,
not always
and,
open, but somewhat open.
yeah.
Right.
Well, I think the other thing is, I've asked her, we eliminated the human resources position, that came up earlier tonight, we lost 20 hours a week there. So we spread out those duties, Laura now does ethics, Lynn now
Lynn
takes
does all
on,
Human resource things like
a
all
lot
the
of the
payrolls.
HR stuff, so, she does all the workman's comp, she does all the, unemployment stuff, so they do a lot, and, yeah.
And payroll's gotten so everybody is different. I mean, payroll is just like a nightmare, and she's got it down pat. I mean, she can tell you what everybody's making, what all the unions are getting, I mean, she knows the stuff as far as the payroll goes.
It's
But
working for now, but
difficult.
again, this is a temporary thing,
That's
and we're gonna have
temporary.
some,
So it looks like we still have to look into
There'll be some
that.
departments with some changeover, so this is one of them. I appreciate Elaine staying on, she's maintained some continuity. Again,
Travel, yeah,
My husband's not
She really
retired.
doesn't wanna leave
But
town.
again, in this office, we have had to close in situations, and that's, again, they're not open to the public, so it hasn't affected them. They've had certain staff had to feel the effects of, the accountant's office is closed at this moment, and I've had to say, yes, I'm sorry, but, Lynn's out sick, Lynn's on vacation, Lynn needs a break, and Elaine's only here 1 day a week. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to wait till tomorrow when Elaine comes in, or whatever. That's something we're dealing with on an internal situation, and again, these are all things that we're trying to deal with while we're trying to maintain the services that we have in a year that we have $1 million hole, so.
I try to come
Lots of
in on
fun.
Tuesday, so everybody knows I'm here on Tuesday. So at least all the department heads know what day I'm here. I'll tell you I'm on Monday because I'm in a marathon here. But, other than that, I try to stay on Tuesdays. But like I told Adam, I'll stay on. I mean, my husband won't retire. I don't know why. But he just got a big project down in Charleston, South Carolina, and so he can't leave till like 3 years, so I'm stuck here.
And we appreciate everything he's doing for us.
Hey, we got that on tape.
Okay, thank you. Mary,
Thank you.
come on.
Mary Barrow.
Leave the worst for last.
Oh, boy.
Still Parks and Rec.
No, I'm sorry
still have me.
to say this is not.
That's
What are you saying? I'm last on the list.
Okay, do you want to do the treasurer duties first?
Whatever you wanna do, treasurer.
However you wanna
No,
do it.
that's what you have up here, that's okay. Excuse me, first of all, I just want to say Mary Barrow, in case you don't know who I am. I started out in the assessor's office in 1988, and in 1998, I was appointed collector, and I ran for the election, and I was collector until 2007, and they combined the job. So I ran for treasurer collector, so I've been treasurer collector ever since 2007. And I'm going to start off with treasurer duties. And I apologize for my raspy voice, but when I get tired, I get very raspy.
You're going too, Mary, don't forget.
The treasurer must take custody of all the monies belonging to the town and account for the monies by maintaining a cash book, which contains a breakdown of all the receipts, disbursements, and cash balances. Deposits, each department on a weekly basis turns over cash and checks with backup to the treasurer. The deposit is balanced, signed off, and put in a written cash book. Each deposit is broken down into individual accounts by the department head that turns the money over. The treasurer codes each account for input into our software, which is Munis. This allows for the accounting to go directly to the town accountant, which helps her with her monthly reporting. A spreadsheet is then created with the cash broken down into the general ledger categories. The town accountant uses this spreadsheet on a monthly basis as well. Cash balances, monthly each bank account must be balanced. The cash is balanced and then turned over to the town accountant. We're able to download our statements because of the technology. However, it then takes a good amount of time to process them. While waiting for them to be mailed takes up to 2 weeks, I'm talking statements, to come into us. But if we're downloading them into the computer, they takes a good half a day to download all the statements. A cash balance report is generated and used as a financial tool for town meetings, as well as check and balances between the town accountant and the treasurer. The check processing, the treasurer is responsible for printing checks bi-weekly, downloading the files into our bank, which it currently is Eastern, in order that the town can make all vendors or assessment payments. Each check number has to be logged onto the vendor slip for accounting, and each checks are examined for proper account as well as the correct address for mailing, and then they are processed and mailed. The treasurer keeps abreast of rates and other investments opportunities, keeping in mind safety, liquidity, and yield, and the treasurer works closely with our municipal investment broker. For the borrowing, the treasurer plays a major role in the issuance of municipal debt. Several documents are prepared with the help of our financial advisor in order to complete this task, and borrowing is determined by a vote at town meeting, and then the treasurer works with the department head to determine the time frame of the borrowing. A debt schedule is maintained on a yearly basis as a reminder so that payments will be made on time. We also have to do DOR reporting. The Mass Department of Revenue requires the cash report to be put on the website known as Gateway once a year with the town accountant and treasurer's signatures. A DE1 report, which determines the debt exclusions, is also reported on Gateway's site. This report is generated before the tax rate can be set, and the treasurer works closely with the assessor and the auditor on this report. A statement of indebtedness is reported on the Gateway's site as well, and this is used to determine if unused debt needs to be rescinded at town meeting, and it also shows if the town is within the debt limit determined by statute. Tax title takings. The treasurer is the custodian for properties and tax title. Tax title payments are collected pursuing monies by sending out monthly notices, going to land court, or a receivables auction. If land court is used as a tool, it would involve a tax title attorney, and then a foreclosure process would then take place. And the town meeting must vote to authorize the sale of the property before it can be sold at auction. We also have trust funds.
The treasurer tracks all trust funds, which are monies that are designated for a specific use, and money spent require a vote at town meeting. And the town invests these funds through Bartholomew and Bartholomew, and they are the town municipal's investment broker. That's on the treasurer's side. The collections. The collector's office is known as town collector, which is different than the tax collector. Our office is responsible for collections, for all collections which consist of the following. Excise taxes. The Mass Registry of Motor Vehicles sends us 7 to 8 commitments, which are considered bulk excise bills to collect each year. We receive the bills every 2 months from January to December in a calendar year. Delinquent bills are mailed after each commitment is past due, and then our deputy collector collects the bills that are past 45 days or more. We also have a deputy collector which will bring those collections to us on a weekly basis. The reports are broken out down into each fiscal year collected, and then they're calculated, totaled, and balanced. Each deposit needs to be matched with multiple bills, and once the report is balanced, the money is deposited from Unibank to Country Bank, and there are several steps to complete this process, and a minimum of an hour is usually spent on this report. We also collect water and sewer bills. They send out approximately 5,000 invoices every quarter, and these are generally due within 2 weeks of the real estate bills. They also do water and sewer shutoffs. The shutoff notices are mailed and posted a minimum of 4 times a year. Usually between 200 and 500 shutoffs are collected within 45 days for each notification. Real estate and personal property bills. The tax bills have been collected quarterly, February 1st, May 1st, August 1st, November 1st, since 1998. We save on the mailing by mailing 2 coupons out twice a year, but we do collect them 4 times a year. We also collect Stiles Water District. This is a district tax that affects Stiles Lake only. The district gets its own tax rate and is calculated on our regular bill. And at the end of the month, the money is wired. The money that we have collected is wired to the district's bank account, and we send them copies of the turnovers, and a monthly report is sent to them as well. Once a year, we collect boat excise taxes, and then delinquent bills are mailed out after past due, which is usually 60 days, and then the deputy collector will collect any delinquent bills after that period. We are also responsible for collecting off-duty detail charges. The police chief will bring up off-duty detail charges, and those collections, they get paid through the payroll, so we have to match the payroll papers with the checks and the sheets that the chief gives us, and they have to be balanced and processed through our municipal software, which is Munis. And that was a requirement by the auditors a few years back. We also collect septic invoices. The commitment invoices from private septic haulers are received from the sewer department for collection, and that is processed through our software as well. In addition to that, we collect the Sugden rent. The monthly rent is collected through a commitment in the software. The highway department invoices for intergovernment gas use. Those invoices are received from the highway department for collections, and those are also processed through our software. We have bylaw fines and violations, and the collector's office is in charge of collecting those violations, and those are produced by police, fire, board of health, and highway. We also collect the parking tickets and animal control officer inspectors. They are part-time, and we're responsible for collecting all the tickets, coordinating with those officers when they're not here. The police department turns over the tickets from the animal control to us, and any tickets that are not paid, we have to send a letter to court for a hearing, and then we have to wait for a hearing date, and the department will go to court for that hearing. Another thing that the office has done is strive to keep up with technology. However, it comes with challenges. We have introduced different ways for customers to submit payments for collections. We have a lockbox, which right now is being used by Century Bank, which is considered our P.O. Box 812 Reading that everybody asks about, for several years. Our bills go out with a scan line on the coupon, which is read by a machine, and then the money will, they will deposit the money into an account that we have with that bank. A file is sent to us daily, and we can download several payments within minutes. This is used for excise payments, mainly the first two commitments, because they're our largest, water and sewer payments, real estate and personal property payments. We also do a separate turnover. It's provided to the accountant every week for these payments. The issues that we run into with these payments is that customers will send the taxpayer's copy, which is the top part of the bill. It has no scan line. The bank cannot process that. They put it in an envelope, mail it back to us. They also use bill pay with the individual banks, and those checks are sent to the P.O. box. They put in an envelope, sent back to us. If they don't have a coupon with the scan line, they cannot use them. We also use Unibank, and that is through our website, and we've used them for several years. They were the first bank to offer this to municipalities. The web method is being used for payments for excise tax, real estate, personal property, water, sewer, user fees, transfer station fees, as well as birth certificates, dog licenses, and in the summertime for beach stickers. This method also allows us to collect with a credit card at the window, over the phone, in special situations. A separate turnover to the accountant is created every week for Unibank. Our deputy collector has also used Unibank services for overdue collections. The issues that we have with this method is that the customer will put in the wrong account information, which will cause the payment to be rejected. If they're having trouble using the site for the first time, they call us, and we've had the time to walk them through it the first time, or they needed a current bill number, so we're able to help them with that. And because the payments are being used as a process through an ACH or a credit card, they come in separately, and it's time-consuming to balance the payments. We will not enter a payment until we have the money in hand, and the ACH takes 2 days, and the MasterCard takes 3 days. And I believe is that the end of that one? Yeah, okay.
Couple more, the mail.
I think you forgot to send me that part.
It's up
I think
there.
I'm missing that part of my paper, too.
Does anyone have a?
Somehow, when I printed it out, that part didn't print out. Realize I went on so long. Okay, sorry, I missed this page. Customers will pay on the day the bill is due and consider the bill paid. We do not. Unibank last year started charging a 25-cent fee per bill for processing an ACH payment. Credit card payments are charged according to the amount due, and that is a fee that MasterCard, Visa, or Discover will charge. The only people that get that fee is the credit card company themselves. Unibank had to start charging the 25-cent fee because of the ACH process. It was no longer, feasible for them to keep doing that free. We also receive mail through the regular post office, and which is open daily and processed for collections 90% within the same day. The issues that we have with that is customers who use bill pay, again with their own bank, the checks come in without a coupon. A payment cannot be processed without a receipt or coupon. Therefore, we spend a lot of time looking up the customer's information, printing a receipt, and finally processing the payment. I think we had over 50 of them today to do that we had to do that for. Multiple payments in the form of checks come with the wrong information, and then we become detectives trying to track down which bill needs to be paid. We also have window customers. I think I met everybody in town in the last 4 days. For some reason this year, people are not mailing their bills, they're coming in and paying them at the window. We collect real estate, personal property taxes, excise taxes, water, sewer, user fees, and parking tickets at the window, and we have a separate turnover for this process as well. The issues with this method is customers who come without a bill or a ticket, or they want to pay with a credit card. Therefore, we spend a lot of time looking up the customer's information, then we have to print a receipt and process the payment. The daily responsibilities also include process cash and checks into the bank. Last year, we received a check processor from Sovereign Bank, and that's used to funnel the checks through the machine, and the deposit automatically goes into the bank. We also process abatements from the assessor and process any subsequent refunds. Collector will do a turnover to the treasurer and the town accountant for each payment source on a weekly basis. The turnovers are processed into spreadsheets. 2 spreadsheets, one's used for the yearly report and one is used to reconcile on a weekly and a monthly basis. We also do monthly reports. The collector will do monthly reports to reconcile all cash processed with the town accountant and work out any discrepancies found between the books as required by our auditors. So I guess the next thing would be the budget. Budget.
So we have broken down, just like all the other budget, salary and wages, general expenses. So you can see in the salaries and wages, there's 3 full-time positions, a treasurer collector and 2 senior clerks. 1 position isn't filled at this time. We would be able to reduce the amount that we budgeted for that compared to when that position was occupied, because we'd be starting at step 1 versus the max, which I think is step 6. We had a brief discussion about the absence of the clerk right now, and just a minute ago, and Mary can add to that. And then she has under her general expenses, everything that she needs in order to process bills and collect bills, banking services, printing costs, office supplies. She has to pay to have herself bonded. She's got a small amount for memberships and dues, and also conferences and workshops. So, do you want to add to the discussion regarding our inability to refill that position at this time?
Well, one of the things I will say that, given all the duties that we've discussed, or I've discussed, the office is going through a transition period because of my retirement in June, as well as Marie's retirement. There's a strong need for clerks, as well as the new collector treasurer, to continue education courses and to attend both Worcester County Association and the Massachusetts Collector Treasurer Association meetings. Both sides, treasurer and collector, need to keep up the DOR guidelines and the laws, and you want to maintain security in the office as well as check and balances. This is where all the money from the town comes into this office. If we don't have, when we're already feeling the pinch now from being shorthanded, the money's not going in the bank as quickly as it used to. We're not answering the phone as quickly as we used to. I've already changed my messages on my phone now for people not to leave messages, to call back. It could take up to half an hour just writing down messages that are being left, and then spend another 20 minutes to half an hour returning the calls. And a lot of times they belong to the assessors or a different department as well. So I have more or less stopped doing that duty, because it's impossible to do when you've got people at the counter. And to me, the people who come to the counter come before the phone. And that's what's happening today. I did find that I had to close the office early the other day. It just got overwhelming. And there was just, I had paperwork and stuff everywhere. So the office could potentially be closed early if we don't have the manpower to keep it going. We don't close for lunch. That's something I'm seriously considering. We've had days where none of the clerks have had lunch, or I'm eating my lunch at 3:30. So I'm potentially thinking that's crazy. We should close and everybody gets to eat and move on. On the general expense side, I have lowered my expenses by $7,000 because I had a one-time increase to pay for the municipal lien upgrade. At the last town meeting, it was voted to increase the cost from $25 to $50.
You guys did that, you guys voted to
I'm
increase the
sorry.
fee?
Yep, I'm hoping to get 50,000, but it's not gonna happen. The increase will help defray the initial cost of that upgrade, as well as the maintenance for $3,000 per year. I'm in the process of trying to get that upgrade going. I wanna get it in there before I retire. I haven't even I've been piecemealing it, emailing it to the person that has to do it. And it's not the best scenario to get something done quickly when you want it. I want to give them a better product for their money, and it's just not happening. Last year, I was able to reach out to vendors concerning my bond, as well as the clerks, and I was able to save the town $1,400. My bond was cut in half. Instead of calling it a bond, it was called a municipal certificate or something, and the auditors had no issue with it. I also did increase my postage costs because the postage did go up. We used to use senior workers to stuff and mail excise demands on small commitments. We're gonna have to use vendors for mailing more often because we don't have the time to stuff those bills anymore. Some of the problems with the post office is they keep making changes on us as well. I think one of the new mandates that they have, if you use the postage permit one now, you need to have a barcode on your envelopes. We don't have those. So you're saving a little bit here on one thing, but it's costing you more money on that. So I think we're gonna find out the more we outsource, the better it's gonna be. It's gonna be more efficient and maybe even save some time. We've also been very extremely lucky with our bank vendors. The only fees that we are required to pay will be for the lockbox. Last year, I negotiated a lower cost for 3 years with Century Bank because another bank came in and offered me a 20% savings if I moved with them for lockbox, and Century Bank matched it. So if you have the time to be out there looking to save money, you can do it, but if you don't. On the debt service, the administrative expenses are for the cost of our financial advisor. It costs $1,500 each year to update and publish our financial statements to the public. This also is used for the cost for borrowing with the bond council. And then the long-term debt, this is basically used for our loans. We have a fire truck until 2017. We have the town hall renovations until 2021, and the Sibley Farm conservation until 2017. And the short-term debt is used to cover any unexpected or expected borrowing on a short-term basis. Tax title has put a large burden on our town for a long time. The law was finally changed by the Department of Revenue that allowed the towns to recoup all our legal fees. It costs $75 to record, and an additional $75 to redeem tax title liens. The cost to enter into tax title into land court is $515 per parcel. The lawyer fees begin at this process. The town does not get the money back until the land is redeemed or foreclosed upon and sold at an auction. Due to the economy, land court became backed up, which caused towns to wait several years for the foreclosures. And recently, the land court has sided on the taxpayer and gave extensions way beyond a reasonable time frame. So I decided in 2011 that a tax collector's auction would be the way to go. Not only did it bring in money, I had a bidding war over 2 properties and netted an additional $21,332 in premiums. In November 2013, I had an additional $10,000, and in December 2013, an additional $32,000. This process has helped lower our legal fees, lower our outstanding tax liens, and has brought in extra money that can be used as free cash. Having a full staff office allowed us the time to prepare and execute those 2 auctions in 2 months. One shortcoming we do have is the last foreclosure auction was in 2007. That was before the treasurer collector's office was combined. It takes a lot of time and money to prepare for a foreclosure auction. Right now, we have about 10 properties that need to be sold, and I got a call this week from our tax title attorney, and within a month or 2, I'll have 2 more that I can add to the auction list. And that's it in a nutshell. Do you have any questions?
Questions from the board?
Where is Jeffrey? Do we have any costs associated with that service, and where is that reflected in the budget?
Jeffrey and Jeffries takes it.
They're the ones who,
Well, they're located in Ware, and they've worked for the town of Spencer. Well, I've been here 26 years. They were there way before me, and way before that one, probably since Mary Ann Canoia was collector. Elaine probably would, it's been close to, I want to say 50 years, and I'm not far off.
You're not.
Basically, we keep our demands, we keep our warrants. We get a $10 demand, which can go up to $30 at town meeting. But the last time we adopted, it used to be 5, and I did bring that to a town meeting. We brought it up to 10, but it can potentially go up to 30 at town meeting if you chose to do that. And our warrant fee is $10. They give that back to us. They get $12. I think their total fee is $23 that they get to keep. I think we've given them over the process of the year $34,000.
I just want to stop there. We had this conversation in the staff meeting the other day. Can you tell them what they get for what they actually do for $12? Because I started doing the math and trying to figure out if it makes sense if we had even a part-timer person doing that, and we couldn't justify it, because what they do for $12 is.
Well, first of all, their collection rate is phenomenal. And they're also work for the Brookfields. I mean, they have a lot of other towns. So if you move to Brookfield and you owe Brookfield, they'll say, oh, by the way, you owe Spencer. And they're not gonna clear Brookfield till they pay Spencer as well. They mail out the warrants, 2 sets of warrants for us. Then they have a hand deliver of a warrant to the door. And then they mark you at the registry.
No way we could do all that for $12.
They collect all the money and turn it over to us. They also help defray our cost of printing because it saves them money on their stock. So I tell them my printer on my first 2 commitments, they give him money to lower my cost so that he can be competitive. And they will print our lower commitments for free that we used to hand stuff. But if we don't have the time to stuff the bills, they can print them for free. But if we can't stuff them and mail them, you know, it does us no good to do that. We use the senior staff people to do that. So yeah, I think you're getting a bargain with them. And they also help with the parking tickets as well.
Just one question, Mr. Chair. So the general expenses under tax title, the 30,000 represents of the lawyer's fees? And
It would be, well, it's $75. We have to pay that money up front to put the lien on it.
This is already, okay.
I mean, last year I had 80 tax takings. That was $75 a piece to record those liens. You have to put the lien on before you can before you can go to land court, or you can do a receivable auction. So, and then if you do go to land court and you go to foreclosure, the lawyer goes to land court. They pursue that piece of property right up to the foreclosure process. Or if we call them for any information, that phone starts ticking as soon as they answer the phone.
Right. Yeah, it
It's all
certainly
related to
does.
legal, and someone
So
goes.
do we get some of it back? I mean,
Well, what we hope, hopefully at the end
We
of the year,
get it
we
back
tax
when
money.
when the taxpayer pays us,
Yeah.
we get that.
Right.
But we've had property in Lanco, I just got property paid not that long ago in December, it'd been in Lancourt since 2009. So we waited 3 years for not only the taxes, but for the legal fees that we had to pay that bill every year before July 1st comes, I pay
We
them.
exhaust that 30,000 line, is that?
We used to be 15, then we went to 30, then went to 45, and then we went back down to 30,
Yeah,
so.
we're actually, by having those receivable auctions, I've saved you a ton of money on legal fees and the premiums. We've just been lucky that I've had phenomenal bidding wars, and where are you gonna get that kind of money in 5 minutes? I mean, 10 minutes, I've got $10,000 extra that I didn't, over and above what we needed to collect.
Break even.
So this is a number that can go up and down?
Well, it's all depends on how many properties go
It's
into that.
economy-based, it's
Okay.
economy-based,
The more you have a tax on,
and the
the
economy is
more
not
people not paying
getting
their
any better.
taxes, the more
you
this number needs to
spend.
go up.
Right.
Yeah, right.
And those are the kind of adjustment we make on the town?
It's based on,
Coming forward.
we've had like, so I would say 2 years ago, Mary had said, I need to go up from 30 to 15, so at the
Right.
May annual town meeting, we bumped it up from 30 to 45.
Okay.
Okay, but then this year we came back.
Well,
down.
if there's money left in the account, it
goes back.
goes back.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Thanks. That helps. Just a large number that sits there without
Any questions from the audience?
definition.
Seeing none. Half of them are asleep, whoever's left.
Past my bedtime.
You girls have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Just take your card,
Are we
put it out
almost
the
there?
hallway, and then just walk in the morning.
Adam, before we start with the Parks and Recs, I just want to correct, last week's on the sewer for the fire department. You all know that was done in July.
What was again?
The
Well,
sewer department,
Explain it to the camera.
there's a little bit more to that story, so.
well, I can tell you, I've read the letter, okay? And I
Yeah,
can
but
tell you,
when Mr. Parsons got the
I
letter.
understand that. I'm not questioning when he got it, but I am questioning that in July 2013,
Yep.
that sewer bill was reduced to a minimum. There was an abatement back to the town for $2,143,
That I didn't know.
okay, to correct it. So I just want everybody to know that on that line item, the town administrator and the fire chief have adjusted that, and I do apologize to the sewer commissioners, because they did do it in July, and for whatever the oversight was, I apologize for that, and we are back on track. Parks and Recs, you're up.
Bill, you got 3 minutes. I go to bed at 8:30, and I'm not kidding.
And any longer, you have to drive them home.
We can go to the, first of all, I realize you gentlemen have a very tough job. I've been there and been on the school side, and I don't envy you. And I thank you for putting in all the effort that you are. The Park and Recreation Department oversees 7 park facilities. We provide lifeguard services and swimming lessons for ever since I can remember and beyond at Luther Hill Park. We manage the use of O'Gara Field by several community groups, and we seek to increase passive and active recreation opportunities for youth, families, and Spencer residents. Our budget request, salaries of $38,156, that represents lifeguard, swimming lesson instruction, and parking attendance. Several years ago, we used to get all that up front, and then because of budget and having free cash later on in the year, Adam had us switch to just what we thought we needed for the summer, and then we would come back for the money in June, in May for June. But even the money we have gotten over the past few years in May hasn't covered the summer, the swimming lesson fees, the generosity of the Abbey, and whatever other groups that, grants we get or groups that give us donations has provided that difference. And the reserves that we've had over the several years have just finally this year dwindled till we run out of reserves to apply to that. The expense requests represent what you need to maintain your various parks. So if we don't get what we request, we prioritize, do the best we can. As you know, if maintenance or different things get deferred, then that makes you have a more expensive capital expense somewhere further down the road. As far as parking fees, at this point, it doesn't make sense to try and collect them anymore. When the bulk of money we got, when we got a lot of money from parking fees, was from the people who were not Spencer residents. And that created a quality of life issue that we heard a lot about from prior select boards. Required the police department to respond several different times down to the beach area. We had stressed lifeguards and an unhappy public. So we put parking attendants in, and we ended up being a double-edged sword of either spending a lot of administrative time trying to process those fees and avoid issues with, we didn't want to appear in your audit, et cetera. And on the other hand, when we tried to send people to town hall, we'd have irate people on the weekend that they couldn't get in because they couldn't purchase a day pass or a beach sticker. So it was just a no-win scenario. But the key reason to keep parking attendants is because they not only were collecting or checking the sticker, but if you have someone walking down, they would check to make sure that they're a Spencer resident. They actually clean the bathrooms. You want your lifeguards to keep their eyes on the beach and on the water. And if you don't have parking attendants, then your lifeguards are gonna be diverted. And we've cut down to where, except for a switchover of shifts, or we try and keep it to just 2 lifeguards on the beach. So you really want them watching the water. And the way we adjust, if you have really heavy traffic, you may call someone in, but then on the other hand, if it's pouring out, you send people home. So there's a balance there. But the parking attendants also hand out the rules to whoever's walking in and answer any questions in that regard, so that, again, your lifeguards aren't diverted to explaining those issues. They've been addressed when people walk in. Enforcement for the parking fee was also, people would park all over the road, park up at the skateboard park, park up at Lake Street School, or get the people at Park Street upset by parking on their property. It just took far too much administrative time of commissioners who we used to have a director but don't anymore, so it doesn't make sense to spend a lot of time doing that. But if we don't have parking attendants, lifeguard attention is diverted, plus it makes it more difficult for the police to try and deal with removing people who are out of town. They won't just come down and do that. We were told we need to have the parking attendants check that. So unless someone was creating a scene, if you don't have a parking attendant, you're really not gonna be able to successfully track that. That's first facility we're looking at is Powder Mill Park. This is an example of the younger play area. The next slide will show you a more view of the whole park, and that what you're seeing in the distance is the older child play area. This was community group raised money and through a lot and community effort of putting the playground in. I remembered out there digging holes with Donnie putting in the playground. So we have 2 separate play areas for different ages. We have a pavilion that can be used for concerts or activities, picnic tables and grills for family use. One of the annual expenses was at the request of residents and the select board. We put in a porta potty. You can't really put in a permanent bathroom because it's too close to the river. But if you want, and given the heavily used, it's definitely warranted. But again, that's part of our annual expenses we request. And then we need money for just to replace playground equipment, repair the fence every once in a while, replant grass. I mean, none of this expands what's already there, just maintains it. For the future plans, we'd like to, several towns have concerts on the Common. We'd like to have our own version of that at the Pavilion at Powder Mill. The committee that went around several years ago and looked at the various facilities, they recommended that we have additional paid parking spaces. To enhance public use, we want to add more benches, picnic tables, or grills. Install some sort of security camera system so that the police can more easily, both you can deter vandalism and they can more easily follow up. And eventually, we'd like to get back to having some more than just swimming lessons for recreational activities. And a lot of communities actually have organized activities at playgrounds. O'Gara Park is a historic gem of our community, built in 1886, became a park in 1934.
Isn't the grandstand the oldest wooden grandstand in the country?
I'm not sure if it's the oldest, but it's one of three.
I think it's one of three, but I think it's the oldest in the country. All wood grandstand.
It very well may be. Several groups use O'Gara Park. We have a youth football, which keeps a lot of young people off. If they're not doing an organized activity, they may be off getting into trouble, and then that requires police time. Men and women's softball leagues, we've had some soccer usage. Some guy actually goes down and trains his police dogs. We have varied uses. The walking track people use to just walk around and get exercise. The grandstand, as Donnie mentioned, is a structure of historic significance. Just annual funds requested for like grandstand repairs or upkeep, especially with, we find ourselves with the lack of being able to put an extensive security camera system down there. That means that every year we're paying money to repair vandalism that takes place. Again, because over the years, we requested money to maintain the bathroom building and didn't get it, and that got deferred. It became unfunctional at one point, so now every year we have to spend money for a porta potty. We continue to request money to upkeep the buildings. If you invested in this facility, then you could actually hold some tournaments, perhaps generate some revenue that way. And not only that, but if people are coming into your community to go to a tournament, they may be stopping at Dunkin' Donuts or the pizza place or McDonald's or DQ, and that helps your business community.
Also, if the town has a regional facility that people come into, you're eligible for more grant money for various projects from the state.
Thank you. Next.
Permanent potential in the future is where you left off. Next one is.
Okay, future plans. So hopefully, as the fire department was able to do over several years by putting money aside as a community, we like to create a new multi-purpose building. So instead of at one point having maintained 4 or 5 different buildings, you're maintaining one. Put your bathrooms in there, you can upgrade concessions, sound booth, have some meeting space for ourselves and for other groups. We certainly want to preserve the gem that the grandstand is through extensive renovation and restoration. At some point, especially if we begin to want to attract tournaments, pave the parking lot. Part of the grants we've are going for will eventually, round 2 or 3, would seek a connection from the O'Gara parking area to the rail trail, various landscaping and fence work, and again, security cameras. Another heavily used is Luther Hill Park. This represents people swimming. Summer season at the beach, that's basically our salaries currently are to provide this service. Salaries are needed for the lifeguard, swimming instructors, and the beach supervisor for 10 weeks. As I said before, that's been split into like 8 weeks that we actually get, in 2 weeks we come back to you for. The beach supervisor needs planning time before the season opens. We also need to train our staff and have them work together running drills. So we usually try and have at least one drill prior to opening and one drill or two during the season. 2 lifeguards are on the beach at all times, 3 when you're switching over. Obviously, you have more during swimming lessons or busier times like the 4th of July, and as I said, that's balanced. If you're raining, we send people home. And believe me, with Lynn doing such a good job as she does with the payroll, it's to the hour. No lifeguard is taking any or parking attendant is taking any advantage of being paid for when they shouldn't be. A few years ago, that was an issue, but there is no wasted money down there in terms of the lifeguard schedule. And as I said, the parking attendants are needed to verify the park used by Spencer residents, and if those go away, then you could potentially have out-of-town people who may require then the police department to be spending more time responding to calls. You're having the lifeguard eyes taken off the beach. You're paying a lifeguard at that point $12 or $13 an hour to clean your restroom instead of $8 an hour for a parking attendant. Annual financing challenges, as I said, we're receiving our funds in the 2 installments, and that's been a priority of Adams to try and give us all our money up front, but because of the budget challenges the town has faced, that hasn't been possible. We've had to use up all the donations, money from the revolving fees, which at this point would be swimming lessons, and we've just run out of reserves at this point. And we need annual expense money to prepare for the summer. For example, you have a request for an additional $1,000. Half of that is beach sand. Luther Hill Park itself is established in 1888, same year that the public library and First High School were established. We have other uses. The Lions Club donated a disc golf course, which is used. We have picnic tables, benches, and grills for family use. The skateboard park. We now have a beach volleyball area. A lot of people do walking. And we've reached out to the community. I mean, we're regularly on the hunt for Eagle Scout projects to preserve or improve something at one of our parks. The Boy Scouts come in and do cleanup. We've taken advantage of having the prisoners come out and do work at our various facilities. We were using the senior work write-off program to have people come down and work as parking attendants, but now the ability to do that is reduced by the fact that that budget was reduced earlier this year. So we've sought community help wherever possible to just try and keep things going. Future plans, the rafts we've requested to be replaced in this round. Eventually, the dock will need to be replaced. We keep welding it and patching it together, and because we know the town doesn't have a lot of money, but that's going to come to a point where it's going to end up being more expensive and need to replace it. It's like 20, 30 years or longer since it's been replaced. The parking attendant building, again, will need to be rebuilt at this point because, again, deferred maintenance ends up costing you more in the long run. To expand our services, we want to expand and upgrade the playground, and we're working with the Fire Association on that. We'd love to recreate the pavilion, add some paddle boats, more grills. One Eagle Scout project fixed the benches and painted the benches. Another one redid all the picnic tables for us. So now we'd like to add some more grills. again, security camera and landscaping work, and it has an historically recognized stone wall that at some point we should pay attention to. The rail trail connects to Howe Park and then also through some recent purchases up to the Sibley. So it's part of the whole network, used for passive recreation and exercise. Again, the fact that we haven't been able to have regular funds in our budget to upkeep because we've needed to put it in O'Gara or Powder Mill or Luther Hill has resulted in the need to spend a lot of money now, which hopefully we'll get from grants to do a major overhaul of the trail. We're seeking grants to keep that up, and again, we're working with the community, conservation, trailways, snowbirds. This, again, the trail was originally created with volunteer effort, and it's maintained the best we can with volunteer effort. Future plans, and I mentioned before, connecting to the parking area, improving signage, creates, maybe put some more natural-looking sitting areas, or warm-up stations, connect potential HP fishing area, improve the kiosks, and then again, how can we expand and use this resource for programming? Perhaps some organized nature walks as part of a future expanded program. Bemis Park celebrates Spencer's first settler. It's the park right across from 49. The road in front needs some repaving work. We need to look at the monuments and have someone come in and tell us what needs to be done to spruce them up or maintain them, add some benches, and then that'd be a great site for a Civil War or a Revolutionary encampment. Isaac Prouty Park is the one where the Memorial Day celebrations are held. It was established in 1905, Soldiers Monument in 1911. There's various ceremonial trees planted to honor the veterans. Funds are needed to evaluate the condition and then preserve and restore the Soldiers Monument and the various other monuments and markers there. There needs to be some fill work, and then look to see what we can do to better honor veterans in that space. Ralph Warren Park is dedicated in 1978. It's very close to the Little League ball field. Excellent location for passive recreation. There needs to be some work leveled in front, add some more picnic tables. It was dedicated by the Young Adult Conservation Corps, and it has various woodland trails. We've lost a lot of services. Once you lose a service, it just doesn't come back, because the budget challenges get worse and worse every year. So we used to have in the summer adventure recreation program. We can't afford that any longer. In tough economy, people weren't willing to pay the fees that it would have had to run on itself. We tried to have a private company come in and do stuff. That didn't work out, again, because of the economy. We used to have a director who was able to spend a lot more time looking for grants, and we don't have that anymore. We used to have our own maintenance staff. That got eliminated in favor of giving the highway, now UNF, a position for buildings and parks, and then they lost that. So they do an awesome job doing the best they can, but their time can only be stretched so far. So the lack of sufficient expense money leads to deferred maintenance. It costs us more in the long run with presentations we need to make eventually to the capital committee. And it limits our ability to expand recreational opportunities for the residents, kids, and families. And there's the demand for these, just like the demand for the library services or the demand for the senior center services is all the more now that people can't afford to go out to the movies as much as they used to, or out to an amusement park. They go to their local facilities. So why is it important to fund parks and recreation? First of all, even if you laid off all the lifeguards and parking attendants, you still need to maintain the facilities. If you let your facilities get run down, they become a public safety issue and a place where the police would again have to spend more time. lifeguard coverage and swimming lesson services, this isn't just a nicety, it's a public safety service. I know that when I came back to Spencer as a high school student, I hadn't learned to swim, and I learned to swim as a teenager at Luther Hill Park. Most of the residents of town probably have at some point or another. In tough economic times, they rely more on the parks and recreation programs, and it just preserves a better quality of life. So please invest in our community and our future.
Just go over the budget real quick here. So this is the salary and wages section of the Parks and Recreation budget. Chairman and clerk receives small stipends. There's a waterfront director, water safety instructors, which, obviously teach the swim lessons, the lifeguards, and the parking attendants.
And basically, if you don't have these people, that means you can't open your beach. If you have less lifeguard hours, you have less time that your beach is open.
You'll see there'll be a narrative in your supplement packet from tonight. There'll be a narrative about a request for additional funds for the Maytown meeting, which, again, Bill talked about. We've been trying to work away from that, but this budget was underfunded, and then we came back and we're gonna be coming back this year, and we're gonna add money to wages, in order to start the program. We'd have to take money out of, start the program on time or early, we would have to use, free cash in order to do that. We've done that, as long as I've been here, we've been doing that, and Bill and I keep talking about getting away from that, and let's just fund it, as it needs to be funded.
That's what's represented here. This is.
That's
It's a break from the past.
Correct.
model.
I mean, it's the real deal. It's the real explanation of what we want to spend there. Or what we need to spend there in order to offer the same services. Again, after talking with Parks and Recreation, just like we talked about every other department, every service is being discussed. So, but obviously, if you didn't have these positions staffed, and you didn't partially fund it and then promise to come back in the spring and fund it, you lose the only program we offer, which is beach lessons, swim lessons.
And these, you have the porta potty costs, you just have the basics of what you need to maintain your facilities, not really even improve them.
So what I did here was, I just put, I don't even remember when I did it, but last year I think we funded like maybe $4,000.
Yeah.
So you guys came back with a request of 28, or almost 28, based on all these things that need to be done, and a lot of them are capital stuff, miscellaneous, everything from tractor maintenance and porta potty rentals to all kinds of stuff, beach sand. So, knowing that I couldn't go from $4,000 to $28,000, I tried to go up to 10. So what happens, Bill, if we don't fund that full 28? Do these things end up being capital requests next year?
They end up being more expensive capital requests, and that's why you see a large number of capital requests from us.
So I already made a reduction here, and if we went forward with this, you're still able to open up your programs but again, the equipment that you have will suffer?
The equipment will suffer, but we'll open the programs and we'll be able to do more of the regular maintenance, so that it would prolong or extend the use of the equipment or facility.
Is it possible we could do something like we do with snow and ice, and we just creep up a little bit every year to the point where,
Yes. That would be our hope.
17 grand? I mean, really? You took 17 grand out of it? Put it back in. I mean, we gotta ask for an override. Let's not beat around the bush here.
this is the kind of
17 grand back
advisement
in.
I've been waiting for, Donnie.
Oh, come on.
Well, yeah,
We've had several, through the chairman,
Adam, really?
We've had several departments. This is one area that has been underfunded basically for maintenance. I mean, we're not looking for additional programming.
No people, no.
Yeah, pretty much.
And just to let you know, Tony, the highway department does most of the maintenance.
Yeah.
We do all the mowing, we do,
Why do you keep saying "we" like you
Well,
said that?
we used to.
Like you got a mouse in your pocket.
All right, well, the
But-
highway does most of the
But
maintenance.
as they go down, every position, as it was noted the other night, that
So this-
person retires and gets late and
Right.
not replaced.
So the swimming lessons at 38 grand round numbers and another 28 there, that covers you for You know, it's been neglected, it's like everything else.
Put the money back
You
in,
know
start
what?
putting money aside for those pretty plans I drew of that building, so they can start using that place too.
Hey, why I
Well,
gotta
we
do that?
decided you're gonna build it for free.
I'm
You
told,
and
more
Bo.
than happy to,
You
I'm
and
more
Bo.
than happy, I'll get the, most of the materials donated, let's get the ball, I'll frame that thing with another guy for free.
Okay.
I'll do it, on TV, free money.
Done.
So,
Next budget you have will be.
he's hired, he's hired. I just think, guy, I don't,
Can't move as fast as I used to.
you don't wanna do the 18, do 50, but you gotta do something
I
here.
just, Mr. Chair, just like to know, what did you have in mind, Adam, that you were gonna ask, that you were disallowing this amount? I understand that you were gonna ask Parks and Rec to pick the most urgent lines to.
Well,
to
basically,
fund?
no, I think what happened was this year, I should say last year, there was similar requests made, but there was basically a lump sum that was, here's $4,000, go, go do what you can with it. This year they came back and I said, okay, what do we need to do, line item by line item, what do you need to properly fund this, rather than, let's partially fund salaries, let's partially fund equipment, and then in the spring, when we come back at the May annual town meeting, you send me an email that says how much money you need back in there for, salaries, and then how much money do you need in there for capital? And that's what we've been doing the last few years, and I said, this year, Bill, let's get away from that. At the time when I did the lump sum disallowed, I saw the deficit climbing and climbing and climbing, and I was just like,
I
I
think,
gotta be prudent and conservative here in terms of where I go, but, I mean, he's making a reasonable request. I mean, they have 7 parks. I mean, you're talking about, supplies for one park, $1,000 for a whole summer, that's not really that much. So I am happy to put it back if that's what the
It
board
just
would
gets harder
like.
and harder to bring any of this stuff back.
It's very similar to the roads, they get
Yeah,
worse
it
and
is.
worse every year.
Fair enough.
Put it back in there.
Yeah, let's start out with it back in there.
So moved.
Done.
As
Next
a member
budget
of
will be
the
in.
public, let me support you guys. Put it back in.
There you go.
thanks.
No problem.
I mean, at this point, listen.
I'm getting my second wind.
Oh, boy,
Oh,
we're in trouble.
no.
Bill's like, it was worth the wait.
Billy, but it's, again, I think you raised a valid point to the board, and I know, from talking to Mr. Pepe, we've talked about this item for a long time, so.
Did you guys ever do the roof on the bleachers?
They did a part, you know where it was rotted?
No, the roof, you never re-shingled it, right?
Now that we had to divert that to something else.
You should do that too, because you. it's
Because you
gonna
had the
start rotting.
dugout,
No, I
that
mean in
was-
capital.
the roof was
You know
no
what I mean?
good, that little
I'm just
one
telling
there,
you.
and it's just,
I'm just
We
telling you.
fixed, we
They get a
fixed a
vote?
lot of the boards and
What?
stuff.
I'll put that back, we'll move forward.
Let's move with this, let's.
Yeah,
No, it's for capital.
Yeah, you're right.
You should, because it's starting to rot,
there's no money in there.
You're not gonna have any future plans with this thing, if you can let them go the current
Right.
route that they are,
I'll shingle it, just buy the shingles, I'll get a couple guys, we'll shingle that in a couple days. I'll do it with
You ain't gonna have any.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
about 30 feet off
I
the
can just
ground
picture you
here.
up in a ladder,
If it's
Tony,
3
okay?
feet off the ground, we can do
We're
it.
making the donut.
Okay.
It's about,
Any
it's
other
30 feet
questions
up
for
there,
Mr. Sherman?
I don't see you up there.
Coffee run.
Coffee room, throw donuts up from the ground.
If it's over 6-foot step ladder, Tony ain't getting up
Yeah,
there.
I'm not good with that.
Any questions from the public? Phil, you're all set.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for hanging in there
Thanks
late.
for waiting.
It pays to get Donnie tired.
Cool, what?
All right, where we going from here?
As far as town administrator, my budget, town council budget, I think we can skip over those, you okay? I mean,
I'm
it's
fine.
Brenda and I, and a couple $1,000 of salary, or a couple thousand expenses that we buy plaques with. Any questions?
No.
You guys know what we do. Town council, same thing, $40,000. We cut 2,000 out of that, went down to 38. We're looking like we may be okay this year. I budget back at 40, which is where we've been. IT, I put the computer money back in, we cut $5,600 out, I put that money back in, that was $5,600, we didn't buy any computers in FY14. Or if you had to buy a computer, you had to like take a little money from our account, a little money from, someone's account, and came up with $900 to buy a computer.
You know, again, this piqued my interest because I went to the
Yep.
school where they have a future expenditure of $560,000 to bring their IT up. Is this a good enough number for you, the $5,000?
What I'd say, it's gonna get us, 7 to 10 computers, which is great.
Okay.
We have 40 users in the building, or 40 computers that we try to spend this money out of, but
So let me ask
we
you-
also use that money for printers, we also use that money for desktop printers, we also use it for a fax machine, whatever comes up.
But if he gave you 10 or 12 and you put it on a cycle, I mean, obviously you're gonna replace the
This is what we're
oldest
trying
one.
to do here, is we're not gonna replace all 40 at the same
Right.
time, so.
So $5,000.
So $5,000 will get us, what we'll do is every 5 years, we're recycling essentially, where right now you have people that have computers that are 9 and 10 years old, that we're trying to catch up to, so.
Servers.
Until you get caught up, and then it'll be like a
Well, then you gotta start again
I would
anyways, but-
compare this to the fire turnout gear.
Right,
exact
same
thing.
idea.
Same exact thing.
Okay.
We're try to figure out what's a dollar amount of an every 5-year period that you're gonna rotate and everything be new,
Listen, at this point, you can keep going because obviously we're gonna kick around every line anyways.
Well, IT, I mean, again, we use a consultant-based system. We don't have, let's say, enough, do we have enough for, I think we're just under the cusp of having one full-time person do everything. So what we get by having a non-benefit private vendor providing consultant services, on-call, block of service type. And then we have, what we do with our servers is we lease our servers and they're managed server programs. Rather than having to buy one, we just basically lease it for so many years and they just.
Whatever, and
know it's the
exchange it and get the
Keeps
next
going,
one.
So we've done that, we've done one per year for the last 3 years, so now up to 3. Certain things that we have to do by statute, we have to back up all our email, we have to have licenses, we have cartridges and things to buy. We have our internet service out of here.
Mr. Administrator, through the chair, how many XP workstations do you have out there? Is it gonna replace all your XP?
Couple.
So you, with this next rotation, you'll replace all your XP?
No, you're gonna have to be 3 cycles
We're doing a few
out.
at a time.
Well, XP, that's gonna be a major security.
Yeah, well, not everyone's even on XP.
We only have like 2 or 3 computers on XP right now.
We still have people on 2007 software.
Right.
I mean, we're behind the times.
Well, the important thing is to get off the
Correct.
XP.
Yeah.
Which is, if you have 3, Brenda, you think?
Probably 2 or 3.
So this cycle you could get rid of
We
it.
could,
Get rid of those.
correct. All right, and then the other things are just things required, Munis, Verizon T1 is for our Munis, Verizon Centric phone systems. Any question on IT? All right, so, the next ones I think we should talk about are employee benefits and liability insurances. So, employee benefits. So we used to have a full-time, not full-time, we used to have a 20-hour position that did all of the human resources activity. And we switched to private vendor service, which some of the towns around us have been doing, which has been great. They basically benefits coordination. They only do benefits coordination. The problem, and they're great at it. But the problem with that is that we now have some of the other HR duties have then spread back to, have been decentralized to spread out to other different departments. Laura doing ethics, Lynn doing some, workman's comp and unemployment and different things like that. Our Worcester County Regional Retirement Assessment went up about $50,000 this year, which is approximately 14%, 12 to 14%. Our Maya Health Insurance, which is our Blue Cross Blue Shield for our active employees, went up 3.75%. We're gonna be trying to work with our employment groups to try and get that to 0.00 by changing co-pays like we did last year. Retiree health insurance, we don't have that rate increase, but it'll go up on January 1st. They're different, they go by calendar year. So they'll have a rate increase that'll go up on January 1st of 2015. This should say 2015, not 14. We have a little bit of money in there in case we add an employee, because not every employee is on the system, is taking health insurance. So if someone, let's say their spouse loses their job, they're on that program, and they need to come on to ours, we have money budgeted for that. 1 active, 1 retiree, and 1 retiree under 65. We offer life insurance, dental, 60/40 on those, and we have Medicare expenses and workman's comp, which we're required to pay. And then we have education incentives and general expenses. So we have incentives in different contracts, different agreements that employees who take college education, they get 1 class per year, they get $500 back, those types of things. All right, any questions on employee benefits? The last thing I have is general insurances. So this is all of our liability insurance, which 10% increase per year is pretty much in line with what's been going on. So we have, they're pretty self-explanatory, property crime, liability insurance, general liability, automotive. Law enforcement have their own separate liability, public officials such as yourselves and employees have their own professional liability, excess liability. So anytime we break something, we get sued, it's all covered in here. We also have insurance for 2 buildings, separate. And that's because of their current status, vacant. And then we have a deductible, which I've been using, unfortunately. So we have, as you know from talking executive session, we get several lawsuits per year on different things. And that's that.
That's what it is.
Yeah, the increase has been, at least what do you project?
I think last year was higher than normal. Last year was above 10%. Our 5-year average is probably like 8. So 10 is a reasonable number. And if you don't use your deductible, that turns back into free cash. But these numbers are, you can see they're right down to the penny. So I usually have those numbers pretty good. Unfortunately, we don't get those numbers till after April 7th. When we're gonna close the warrant. So that's why I factored in this increase. So if we have a special town meeting, we can always lower it, but, no, you can't add town meeting. What I'm saying is that if, let's say, based on what's going on with the schools, if we end up back with a special town meeting in the middle of the summer again, and I get the actual numbers.
We could do an adjustment.
And I wanna adjust it by $432 or whatever it is, then we can do that. But I have to budget for an increase, and I think this is pretty safe. All right. So with that, the next thing I had on the agenda was the school department budget. It's not up here
Is
for-
that the last on the presentation?
That's the last one of the presentation.
So I can close the public hearing?
Sure.
So we'll close this public hearing at 10 minutes of 11, in case anybody want to know what time it is.
Public servants are working.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Have a motion. And a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, Mr. Berthium, for moving us forward.
So within your packets, I did receive a copy of the school department budget, so I wanted to give you that. I did the blow-up of the budget. On the 3rd page, which shows a net difference from last year of $538,000. I've invited the superintendent and the school committee chairman and any other members to come next Monday to your selectmen's meeting, so we don't have to spend a lot of time on this tonight. We can do that next Monday. Unless you have any questions on that.
Yeah, you know what, let's wait on that.
Okay,
Because I'm curious to see what they have.
That's my
What their
thought.
answer is.
My thought as well. And then I have a list of, the next thing on the agenda, I have the list of warrant articles.
Adam, sorry,
Yeah, okay.
did you get a full budget, a copy of the school budget?
No, what I have is.
No, it's
a-
sent down
assessment,
what they assessed us at.
which is the previous 2 pages of the cover letter, and then the 1-page
Right.
spreadsheet.
They voted on it, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, next I have the placeholder list for the warrant. So far, 20-something articles. 18, so I'm sure that'll rise to 25 or more. Your standard ones, the first one is the balance the current year's budget, snow and ice. We know we've allocated $200,000 additional money out of free cash to that. General liability insurance, I might be off $1,000 or so. Veterans benefits, I'm waiting for Peter and Elaine to calculate that. Everything else then is standard. Number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7 is all. Revolving funds, fixing salaries of elected officials, personal bylaw compensation schedule, sewer and water department budgets, government budgets, school budgets. Brenda spent some time today trying to get updates on our out-of-district vocational budgets, that's 10, 11, and 12. Any transfers and retained earnings from cap, water and sewer, line 13 and 14, or capital plan, which I need to work on. Real estate, Charlie's Diner, he's asked to purchase a sliver again, if you recall. Those of you who may not remember or not, but he purchased, the town highway garage is right next door, they purchased a slice of land, for that. So he's asked just another little corner, it's a very small piece, it's a
He had to
sliver.
purchase a slice of land because they put the building in the buffer zone.
Right.
Yeah.
In the
Now he
setback.
wants to do it just enough to square it off, because it goes at an angle,
Right.
so he wants to just square it off.
Correct.
It ain't very big.
Yeah, how much is that going for?
I don't know the dollar amount off the top of my head, but it's in the low, single thousands low. Like, do you remember, Brenda? Under $4,000, maybe, ballpark? So he gave us money to put in escrow to hire someone to do an appraisal on the sliver.
But listen, this is
That's
what
been
we've
completed.
done in this past, and this has come up a few times, and we can't veer from that the assessors tell you how much a square foot of land is in a certain section of town, and it is what it is. There's no deal, so is that how it was done?
Doing the same exact way it was done before.
It was always done, like we did finally Kelly's, there was two other ones, when we, the assessors tell you, for that area, a piece of land, a square foot goes for a certain amount, and then you take that amount times however much land, and then that's it, that's what you pay.
That's, well,
That's
that
not
may
the
be
way
part of
we
the
did it.
appraisal, but that's not how the law reads. The law reads is you have to hire an appraisal before you go to town meeting to do it.
That's not how it
So,
was done last
that's how it was done last time, was, you know, we hired a municipal appraiser, followed the statute to the letter. I'm sure they worked with the assessors, but I'll follow up on that for you.
Yeah, just find out, 'cause
We
that's how we had to do
repeated the
Kelly's.
same exact process that was done, approved by town council, recorded, sold, we closed. I mean, what was that, 2007, 2008?
No, it was.
Later than
nine-
that?
It was 9.
2009?
9 or 10.
Yeah, 9 or 10.
So, I think it
Just
was.
check, cause Kelly's, that's what we did.
I'll check.
Because I forget what it was, but she wanted it for like a couple $100, it ended up being
Yeah, she
thousands.
had to make room
Well,
for
correct.
handicap.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's, the easiest thing is, I think, is a third-party appraisal. It's- But anyway, I'll
Yeah,
follow
but
up.
just to be.
I'll give you a copy of the appraisal, and we
Because
can
if
go through the
we
method.
give him a deal,
Right, and could
you know what I
backfire.
mean?
No deal.
Just to be consistent.
Third-party review that he paid for. That we hired. He gave me money,
Yeah,
I
he-
put in
he
escrow,
paid
then
for
I
it.
hired the appraiser.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. He paid for everything.
And then we have a couple pilots we're working on. You met the folks from St. Joseph's Abbey, they made a presentation about their solar farm. And then there's another one on Treadwell Drive, which is partially in East Brookfield and in Spencer. And the two boards of assessors are working together on that. That's what I have for now.
Yeah, up over the back hill.
It starts in East Brookfield, Harrington,
Harrington.
Treadwell's old pit.
The old pit.
Goes up the back and it goes right into Mike Ballou's property.
Oh, really?
On Treadwell Drive, yeah.
Any questions on that before we move to the last item?
No.
Mike's already gone.
Carry on.
Yeah, Mike's gone to Georgia.
So we're up to 16 articles at this point, is that what?
18.
Oh, sorry, it was on the back here. Okay.
That's the end of them. The pilot and the pilot. All right,
These things there.
all right.
You going to executive session?
Nope, we're all set. We've already
Done.
voted.
Sure?
Yeah. we
Ready to go.
Voted us.
We've already agreed.
Because
to
if
that.
anybody has an issue with one of these things, then we can't talk about it.
Right.
Well, you voted in executive session.
Telling you, you gotta know that there's no more negotiating going on.
No, they agreed to.
Okay.
Well, let me,
I could care less, just,
I think we're done.
Yeah.
this is all.
We voted in executive session and the units voted today, in the past couple of days, so I'm done. If you have an issue, well, then you're saying something different than you did in executive session.
I'm saying, has everybody reviewed it? Are they okay with everything? Because we can't bring up, you
Yes,
need
that's
to
them.
go back and do this now.
Right.
I'm just telling you.
Ask them.
Right,
That's an
'cause this
unfair
is-
labor practice.
This
I've been
becomes
through this.
cut and dry.
This is called senior member experience.
You have to
Pay
ask your
attention to what I'm
peers.
telling you, okay? I'm not gonna be here much longer.
Thank God.
Oh, my God. Did that come from this side?
For me, I'm getting loopy here, let's get moving.
That should be it then, right?
Did everybody read and knew what you were going after?
Yep.
Did you read it?
Yeah,
It's in your packet.
yeah. There's 3 pages, 4 pages there in the back.
Motions each one.
Need a motion on each one, please.
Mr. Pepe,
Mr. Chairman, I think a motion to approve the collective bargaining agreement for the police association.
I have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the collective bargaining agreement for the dispatchers unit.
Second?
Motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the collective bargaining agreement for the utilities and facilities group.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor? Aye. One more, Tom.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the collective bargaining agreement for Town Hall Clerk's Unit.
Second.
A motion and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Can I just summarize real quick, Mr.
Quickly.
Chairman? Just to summarize for the folks at home, and I know we have newspaper here as well, but, I just wanna thank the employee groups. There was a painless process, I should say,
How
but,
long did it take?
It
Start
took
to
us-
finish. I'm talking meeting time,
Yeah,
an
everything.
hour?
no,
Maybe.
it took several meetings, obviously. We probably started 45 days ago. But, what I wanted to say was that all four groups agreed to the same, standard of living increases, which is a 1% for next year, FY15, which is pretty much as low as you can go, other than zero. We knew zero wasn't fair based on, the last 5 years of
Oh, no, we
wage
tried
freezes.
zero.
Last 5 years of wage freezes and deferments, even with the budget situation that we have, it wasn't fair to go in and, we know it's not their fault that it's we're in the crisis that we're in, based on the mandate of the Department of Education last year, and now we have another $538,000 bill being requested from the school department, so, but all four departments agreed to 1%, 2%, and 2%, so 5% over 3 years.
Very good, good job.
You gonna use that mallet or what?
Oh, it's all, I mean, you know what?
3 years,
Whatever.
1, 2, 2.
Anything else?
Anything else, gentlemen?
Motion to adjourn.
At 11, I have a
Second.
motion, a second, all those in favor? Aye.
She's asking if she's gonna